The snow fell over Boston like a heavy, white blanket, muffling the world outside. It was the kind of silence that felt expensive. In the suburbs of Wellesley, the houses sat far apart, separated by acres of manicured lawns now buried under 2 feet of pristine white. Among them, the Ross residence stood out. It was a masterpiece of modern architecture, a structure of steel and glass that glowed warmly against the dark blue winter twilight. Inside, the silence was different. It was not the silence of nature, but the silence of discipline. Elena Ross stood in the centre of the open-concept kitchen. She was 38 years old, though her skin had the luminous quality of someone who took immense care of herself. She wore a silk dress the colour of midnight blue, sleeveless, despite the winter chill pressing against the floor-to-ceiling windows. Her hair was pulled back into a chignon so neat it looked like a sculpture. She reached out and adjusted the placement of a silver fork on the dining table. She moved it perhaps 2 millimetres to the right. Then she stepped back. She tilted her head. She moved it 1 millimetre back to the left. Perfect. The table was set for 2. Crystal glasses sparkled under the dim amber light of the chandelier. A centre arrangement of white winter roses, Mark's favourite, or at least the flower she had told him was his favourite years ago, sat low and elegant. The air smelled of rosemary, roasted garlic, and the rich, earthy scent of a Barolo wine breathing in the decanter. Today was their 15th wedding anniversary. Elena looked at the clock on the microwave. It was 6:45 in the evening. Mark had said he would be home by 7. She walked to the window. Her reflection ghosted against the glass, superimposed over the snowy driveway. She looked at her own eyes in the reflection. They were calm. They were always calm. Elena had trained herself to be the anchor. In a world of chaos, she was the stillness. She remembered the day they moved into this house. Mark had designed it. It was his first major solo project as a lead architect. He had carried her over the threshold, laughing, his architectural drawings still rolled up in his back pocket. "Everything here is transparent, Elena," he had said, gesturing to the glass walls. "No secrets, just light." She touched the cold glass now. "No secrets," she whispered to the empty room. The house was quiet. Too quiet. Their daughter, Lily, was away at boarding school in Connecticut. The emptiness of the house usually didn't bother Elena. She filled it with books, with music, with the soft hum of maintaining a perfect life. But tonight, the silence felt heavy. It felt like a physical weight pressing against her chest. She went back to the kitchen island. She checked the roast in the oven. The timer showed 15 minutes remaining. The timing was impeccable. Elena was a master of timing. Before she married Mark, she had been a senior editor at a publishing house. She spent her days fixing other people's narratives, cutting out the boring parts, smoothing over the plot holes, making the story flow. She had done the same for Mark. When they met, Mark was talented but messy. He was brilliant but disorganised. Elena had quietly taken over the administration of his life. She managed his schedule. She proofread his emails. She even critiqued his sketches late at night, leaving sticky notes with suggestions that he would wake up to find. He would use her ideas, often forgetting they were hers, and she would smile and let him take the credit, because that is what a good wife did. She built the pedestal so he could stand on it. 7 o'clock arrived. The driveway remained empty. The snow continued to fall, filling in the tyre tracks of the delivery truck that had brought the flowers earlier that day. Elena poured herself a glass of water. She didn't drink wine alone. That was a rule. Rules kept the chaos at bay. She took a sip of water and picked up her phone. No messages. She typed a text. The roast is ready. Driving safe. She stared at the cursor, blinking. It felt demanding. She didn't want to be the nagging wife. She deleted the text. She put the phone down, screen facing the marble countertop. 5 miles away, in the heart of the city, the glass tower of Ross & Partners pierced the skyline. On the 42nd floor, the lights were still blazing. Mark Ross stood by the window of his corner office, looking down at the traffic crawling through the slush. He was 42, handsome in a way that had only improved with age. His hair was greying at the temples, giving him a distinguished look that clients trusted. He wore a tailored suit that cost more than his father's car had cost in the 90s. He held his phone in his hand. He saw the time. 7 o'clock. He knew he should be in the car. He knew Elena would have the table set, and he knew the wine would be breathing. He could picture the scene perfectly. It would be beautiful. It would be flawless. And the thought of it made his stomach knot with a sudden, sharp anxiety. It was too perfect. Going home to Elena was like walking into a museum. You had to be careful not to touch anything, not to break anything. You had to be on your best behaviour. You had to be the man she believed you were. Mark wasn't sure he was that man anymore. Mark? The voice came from the doorway, soft, hesitant, but loaded with a familiarity that shouldn't exist in a workplace. Mark turned. Sarah stood there. She was 26, holding a roll of blueprints. She wasn't classically beautiful like Elena. Her hair was messy, a chaotic curl of brown. Her clothes were trendy, slightly unkempt. She had a smudge of graphite on her cheek. She looked alive. She looked accessible. "You're still here," Mark said. His voice was lower than usual. "I'm waiting for approval on the lobby sketches for the Kensington project," Sarah said. She walked into the office. She didn't stop at the guest chair. She walked right up to his desk. She placed the blueprints down, but didn't open them. "It's late, Sarah. Go home." "You're not going home," she challenged him. Her eyes were dark and wide. She looked at him with a hunger that terrified him and thrilled him at the same time. "I thought you had a big dinner tonight. The anniversary." "I do," Mark said. He looked back at the window. "I'm leaving now." "Are you?" Sarah asked. She moved around the desk. She stood next to him. She didn't touch him, but he could feel the heat radiating from her body. She smelled of vanilla and something smoky, like burnt sugar. It was a sweet, cloying scent, very different from the crisp, clean floral perfume Elena wore. "Sarah, don't," Mark warned, but he didn't move away. "You don't want to go," she whispered. "I can see it. You hate playing the role of the perfect husband. It exhausts you." Mark closed his eyes. She was right. That was the seduction of Sarah. She didn't ask him to be better. She accepted his selfishness. She fed his ego. With Elena, he felt like a project being managed. With Sarah, he felt like a king being worshipped. "I have to go," Mark said, opening his eyes. He grabbed his coat from the rack. He moved quickly, as if escaping a physical trap. Sarah grabbed his arm. Her grip was strong. "Tell me you'd rather stay here. Just tell me that, and I'll let you go." Mark looked at her hand on the sleeve of his expensive wool coat. He looked at her face, desperate for his validation. "I'd rather stay," he lied. Or maybe it wasn't a lie. He didn't know anymore. "But I can't." He pulled his arm away. He walked out of the office without looking back. He walked fast, his heart hammering against his ribs. He felt like a criminal leaving the scene of a crime, even though he hadn't technically done anything tonight. Not tonight. He got into the elevator. He pressed the button for the garage. He checked his phone. No messages from Elena. Her silence was worse than if she had screamed. If she had texted him, demanded to know where he was, he could have been annoyed. He could have justified his delay as work stress. But her silence meant she was waiting, patiently, understandingly. He hated that understanding. It made him feel small. Back at the house, it was 7:30. Elena turned the oven off. The roast would keep its heat, but the perfect pink centre she had aimed for would slowly turn grey. The vegetables would lose their crispness. She walked into the living room and sat on the beige sun. She picked up a book, but she didn't read. She listened to the wind howling around the corners of the house. Why did she stay? The question rose in her mind unbidden. It wasn't the first time. She thought about her career. She had been the youngest senior editor in the company's history. She had an eye for structure. She could look at a messy manuscript and see the beautiful novel hiding inside. She knew how to cut the fat. She had applied the same logic to her marriage. When Mark was stressed, she cut out the distractions. When he was insecure, she edited his reality to make him feel confident. She had curated their life to be a bestseller. But somewhere along the line, she had edited herself out of the story. She had become the margin notes, not the text. She stood up and went to the stereo system. She changed the music. The jazz was too upbeat. She put on something classical, something with cellos, slow and mourning. She heard a noise, the sound of a car engine cutting through the wind. Elena's heart jumped. A reflex. After 15 years, her heart still jumped when he came home. She smoothed her dress. She checked her reflection in the darkened window one last time. She forced the worry off her face. She replaced it with a welcoming smile, and not a manic smile, just a soft, warm curve of the lips. The smile of a wife who understands that traffic is bad and work is hard. She walked to the front door. She wanted to open it before he had to use his key. It was a small gesture, a way of saying, "I am here, waiting for you." She opened the massive oak door just as Mark was reaching for the handle. The cold air rushed in, swirling around her ankles. Snowflakes drifted into the warm foyer, melting instantly on the polished stone floor. Mark stood there. He looked exhausted. His coat was damp with snow. He held a bouquet of flowers, lilies. Elena's smile faltered for a fraction of a second, invisible to the naked eye, before returning. Lilies were for funerals, or for apologies. They were not her favourite. He had forgotten. "Happy anniversary," Mark said. His voice sounded tight. "Happy anniversary, darling," Elena said. She stepped back to let him in. He walked past her. He didn't kiss her immediately. He busied himself with shaking off his umbrella, stomping the snow off his shoes. It was a performance of arrival. "I'm so sorry I'm late," he said, hanging his coat up. "The Kensington project. The client wanted last-minute changes to the lobby. You know how it is. It's fine, Elena said. The dinner is still warm. She reached out to take his coat. It was a habit. She always took his coat. I've got it, Mark said quickly. Too quickly. He tried to hang it up himself, but he fumbled, and the heavy wool coat slipped from his hand. Elena instinctively caught it before it hit the floor. She held the coat in her arms. It was heavy, cold, and wet. And then she smelled it. It wasn't the smell of the office. It wasn't the smell of blueprints or old coffee. It wasn't the smell of the clean winter air. It was vanilla and burnt sugar. It was distinct, sweet, cheap, and undeniably foreign to this house. Elena froze. The coat was pressed against her chest. The scent filled her nose, overpowering the rosemary from the kitchen. It was the scent of another woman's embrace, a long embrace. You don't get that much perfume on a thick wool coat from a handshake. You get it from someone pressing their body against yours. Mark froze too. He saw her face. He saw her nostrils flare slightly. He saw the way her hands tightened on the fabric of the coat. For a second, the silence in the hallway was deafening. The grandfather clock in the living room ticked. Tock, 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 like a countdown. Mark waited for the question. He waited for her to ask, "What is that, Mel?" He braced himself. He had a lie ready. It was a client. She hugged me goodbye. It was crowded in the elevator. He had the script written in his head. But Elena didn't ask. She slowly exhaled. Her face smoothed out. The mask slid back into place. "Go wash up," she said softly. "I'll pour the wine." She turned and walked to the closet, hanging the coat up with deliberate care. She didn't throw it. She didn't inspect it. She treated it like any other object. Mark stood there, stunned. He felt a wave of relief, followed immediately by a wave of contempt. She knows, he thought. She has to know, and she's too weak to say anything. He walked toward the bathroom. "I'll be right down." Elena waited until she heard the bathroom door click shut. Then, and only then, did she allow her shoulders to drop. She looked at her hands. They were trembling. She walked into the kitchen. The perfect dinner was waiting. The perfect table was set. The perfect life was all around her. She walked over to the trash can. She opened the lid. She looked at the beautiful floral arrangement Mark had brought. The lilies. She didn't throw them away. That would be dramatic. That would be an admission that something was wrong. Instead, she took the vase of white roses, the ones she had bought herself, and moved them to the side table. She placed Mark's lilies in the centre of the dining table. She was editing the scene. She was making the narrative work. She poured the wine. 2 glasses. The red liquid swirled, dark as blood. She heard Mark coming down the stairs. He had washed his face. He had changed his shirt. He looked refreshed. He looked like the husband on the cover of a magazine. "It smells amazing," Mark said, walking into the dining room. He came up behind her and kissed her on the cheek. He smelled of soap now, scrubbed clean. "It's your favourite," Elena said. Her voice was steady. "Roast lamb." They sat down. Mark picked up his wine glass. "To 15 years, he said, raising the glass. "To us." Elena raised her glass. The crystal clinked. A pure, sharp sound. "To us," she repeated. She took a sip. The wine tasted sour. As they began to eat, Mark started talking about the project. He talked about the steel beams, the load-bearing walls, the flow of light. He talked to fill the space. He talked so she wouldn't talk. Elena listened, and she nodded at the right times. She asked the right questions. "Did you solve the issue with the skylight?" she asked. "Yes," Mark said, surprised. "How did you know there was an issue with the skylight?" "You mentioned it last week," Elena lied. He hadn't. She had seen the preliminary sketches on his iPad when he left it unlocked on the kitchen counter. She had seen the structural flaw immediately. She had left a book on structural engineering open on his desk the next morning, marked to the exact page that offered the solution. He had obviously found it. "Right," Mark said. "Well, we fixed it. It's going to be spectacular." "I'm sure it is," Eleanor said. She cut a piece of meat. She chewed slowly. Her phone buzzed on the counter. It was a single vibration. Mark's eyes flicked to the phone, then back to his plate. Elena didn't move to check it. "Aren't you going to get that?" Mark asked. "It's probably just a spam email," Elena said. "It might be Lily," Mark suggested. He seemed eager for a distraction, eager for a third person to enter the conversation, even virtually. Elena sighed. She stood up and walked to the phone. She picked it up. It wasn't Lily. It was a notification from her credit card company. A security alert. Transaction alert. Hotel Commonwealth, Boston. £450, $100. 7:15 p.m. Card ending in 4589. Was this you? Reply Y or N. Elena stared at the screen. The card ending in 4589 was the supplementary card she kept in the glove compartment of Mark's car, the emergency card. 7:15 p.m. 30 minutes ago. Just before Mark arrived home. Mark had said he was at the office. The Hotel Commonwealth was 2 blocks from his office. Elena looked up. Mark was eating, his head down, avoiding her gaze. She looked at the timestamp again. 7:15 p.m. He must have stopped there on his way home. Or someone else had used the card. She felt a coldness spread from her stomach to her fingertips. The scent of vanilla, the late arrival, the lie about the office, and now a hotel room booking. It wasn't just a flirtation. It wasn't just a hug. It was a transaction. He was building a life with someone else, housing their shared resources. "Is everything okay?" Mark asked, sensing her stillness. Elena turned off the screen. She put the phone down. "Yes," she said. "Just a wrong number." She walked back to the table. She sat down. "Mark," she said. He looked up. There was a flicker of fear in his eyes. "Yes?" Elena looked at the lilies in the centre of the table. She looked at the man she had dedicated 15 years to. She looked at the stranger wearing her husband's face. She wanted to scream. She wanted to throw the wine in his face. She wanted to show him the text message. But she didn't. Not yet. She wasn't ready to destroy the museum. She needed to know the extent of the damage first. She needed a plan. "The lamb is a little dry," she said softly. "I'm sorry." Mark let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. He smiled, a genuine smile of relief. "It's perfect, Elena," he said. "It's absolutely perfect." He reached across the table and took her hand. His hand was warm. Hers was ice cold. "I love you," he said. It was a reflex, a punctuation mark to end the tension. Elena looked at his hand covering hers. She felt the weight of his wedding ring pressing against her knuckles. "I know," she said. She didn't say, "I love you" back. Mark didn't notice. He went back to eating. Outside, the wind picked up. The snow fell harder, burying the house, burying the lies, burying the woman Elena used to be. The glass walls of the house reflected the scene inside. A man eating contentedly, and a woman watching him with eyes that were no longer calm, but awakening. The first crack had appeared in the glass. It was hairline, invisible to the world, but Elena could hear it splintering. The silence of the house was no longer empty. It was filling up with ghosts. The morning sun hit the snow-covered lawn with a blinding brilliance. Inside the Ross residence, the light was unforgiving. It flooded the kitchen, exposing every dust mote, every smudge, every microscopic imperfection. Elena was awake long before the light arrived. She had lain in bed for hours, listening to the rhythm of Mark's breathing beside her. In, out, in, out. It was the rhythm of a man with a clear conscience, or perhaps the rhythm of a man who had successfully compartmentalized his guilt into a box so tight even he couldn't open it. She watched him sleep. His face was relaxed, the tension of the previous evening erased by rest. He looked like the man she had married, but Eleanor knew that was a trick of the light. The man she married wouldn't have come home smelling of burnt sugar and vanilla. The man she married wouldn't have booked a hotel room 30 minutes before walking through his own front door. She slipped out of bed, her feet silent on the plush carpet, and she went downstairs. The house was cold. The thermostat was set to drop at night to save energy, Mark's pragmatic programming, and it hadn't kicked back up yet. She made coffee. The machine whirred and hissed, breaking the silence. She poured 2 mugs, black for him, a splash of oat milk for her. She stood by the island, holding her mug with both hands to steal its warmth. She looked at Mark's briefcase sitting on the chair by the door. It was leather, worn at the corners. It contained his life, his sketches, his contracts, and maybe his secrets. She took a step toward it. Her heart hammered against her ribs. She had never snooped, not once in 15 years. Snooping was beneath her. It was an admission of insecurity. It was an admission that the trust was gone. She reached out. Her fingers brushed the cold brass buckle. "Good morning." Elena snatched her hand back as if the leather had burned her. She spun around. Mark stood at the top of the stairs, rubbing his eyes. He was wearing his pyjama bottoms and a t-shirt. He looked rumpled and boyish. "Good morning," Elena said. Her voice was steady, a miracle of biology. Her heart was racing at 100 beats per minute, but her vocal cords remained relaxed. Mark walked down the stairs. He came into the kitchen and kissed her on the forehead. It was a dry, perfunctory kiss. The kind of kiss you give a relative you see at holidays. "Coffee smells good," he said. He took the black mug. He didn't notice her standing near his briefcase. He didn't notice the slight tremor in her hands. "Did you sleep well?" Elena asked. She watched him over the rim of her mug. She was studying him now. Every micro-expression, every twitch. "Like a log," Mark said. He leaned against the counter, blowing on his coffee. "I have a big day today. The Kensington presentation is moving to the next phase. I might be late again." "Late?" Elena repeated. The word hung in the air. "Yeah," Mark said, looking at his phone. He was already scrolling through emails. He wasn't really there. He was halfway to the city. "Actually, I might grab dinner with the team. Celebrate the milestone." "Which team?" Elena asked. Mark paused. His thumb hovered over the screen. It was a tiny hesitation, a fraction of a second, but Elena saw it. "Just the usual crew," he said. "David, Jessica, the juniors." He didn't say Sarah. "Okay," Elena said. "Have fun." She turned away to put her mug in the sink. She couldn't look at him. If she looked at him, she might scream. The juniors? Is that what she was? A junior? Mark finished his coffee in 3 large gulps. He was in a rush to leave. He was running towards something, or running away from something. "I gotta run," he said. He grabbed his briefcase, the same briefcase she had almost opened. He swung it over his shoulder. "Love you." "Love you," Elena said. The door closed. The lock clicked. The engine roared to life and faded down the street. Elena was alone again. She didn't move for a long time. She stared at the empty space where he had stood. Then she walked to the counter where he had left his phone charging overnight before grabbing it. He had taken the phone, of course, but he had left something else. On the notepad by the landline, a relic they kept for emergencies, there was a faint indentation. Mark often scribbled notes while talking on his mobile. He had been on the phone late last night, after she had gone up to bed. She had heard his low murmur from the study. Elena picked up the notepad. The top sheet was blank, but the paper remembered. She went to the drawer and found a soft lead pencil. She remembered this trick from a detective novel she had edited years ago, The Mystery of the Missing Heir. Chapter 4. She tilted the pad under the harsh kitchen light and lightly shaded over the blank page. The lead caught on the grooves left by the previous writing. Letters began to emerge. White ghosts against the grey graphite. S. A. R. A. H. 7. 3. 0. K. E. N. S. Elena stared at the name. Sarah. It wasn't a code. It wasn't an alias. It was just a name. And a time. 7:30. And Kens. Likely short for Kensington. Mark wasn't just working on the Kensington project. He was meeting Sarah at the Kensington site. Or about it. Or maybe 7:30 was a dinner reservation. Elena tore the page off the pad. She folded it into a tiny square. She put it in her pocket. It was the first piece of physical evidence. The first brick in the wall she was building against him. She needed to see her. She needed to know what she was up against. Was this Sarah a brilliant architect, an intellectual equal, or was she just young? Elena went upstairs. She didn't dress in her usual suburban armour, the beige cardigans and sensible slacks. She went to the back of her closet. She pulled out a tailored black wool coat with a high collar, dark sunglasses, and a silk scarf that covered her hair. She looked in the mirror. She looked like a widow, or a spy. She walked out to the garage. Her car, a pristine white SUV, sat next to the empty spot where Mark's sedan usually was. She got in. She didn't turn on the radio. She needed to think. The drive into Boston took 40 minutes. The traffic was heavy, a river of red taillights bleeding into the grey slush. Elena drove with mechanical precision. She merged, she braked, she signalled. Her mind, however, was replaying the last 15 years. She searched for the moment it had broken. Was it when Lily went to boarding school? Was it when Mark got the promotion? Or was it gradual, a slow erosion like water on stone? She remembered a dinner 3 years ago. Mark had been talking about a client who was having an affair. "The guy is an idiot," Mark had said, laughing. "He's risking everything for a cheap thrill. I don't get it." She remembered looking at him then and thinking, "You are a good man." Had he been lying then? Or had he changed? She reached the city. The skyline loomed, steel and glass towers piercing the low clouds. She navigated toward the financial district. She didn't go to Ross and Partners immediately. First, she drove to the Hotel Commonwealth. She parked the car and walked into the lobby. It was opulent. Velvet chairs, gold fixtures, the smell of expensive lilies. Lilies again. She walked up to the front desk. She didn't have a plan. She just had the credit card alert on her phone. "Good morning," the receptionist said. Young, impeccably groomed. "How can I help you?" "I believe my husband checked out this morning," Elena said. Her voice was smooth, confident, the voice of a woman who belonged here. "Mr. Ross, Mark Ross." The receptionist typed on her keyboard. Click, click, click. "I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't see a checkout for a Mr. Ross this morning." Elena's heart skipped. Had she been wrong? Was the alert a mistake? "Are you sure?" Elena asked. He might have booked it under the company name, Ross and Partners. The receptionist checked again. Then she paused. "Ah, I see a booking for last night. A day use room. Checked in at 5:00 p.m. Checked out at 7:15 p.m. Day use." The phrase hit Elena like a physical blow. It was so tawdry, so efficient. A room for 2 hours. Just enough time for sex and a shower. Just enough time to betray a 15-year marriage before heading home for roast lamb. "I see," Elena said. She forced a smile. It felt like her face was cracking. "He needed a place to freshen up before dinner. Thank you." "Would you like a copy of the receipt?" the receptionist asked. "No," Elena said. "I have it." She turned and walked away. Her legs felt heavy, as if she were walking through water. 5:00 p.m. to 7:15. While she was chopping rosemary, while she was selecting the wine, while she was checking the roast, he was here, in this building, in a bed with someone named Sarah. She walked out into the cold air. She needed to breathe. The air in the hotel was too perfumed. It smelled of lies. She got back into her car. She didn't go home. She drove to Mark's office building. She parked across the street. She had a view of the main entrance. It was a massive revolving door, spinning people in and out like a centrifuge. She waited. She sat there for 2 hours. The cold seeped into the car, but she didn't turn the engine on. She wanted to be cold. The cold made her sharp. At 12:30 p.m, the lunch rush began. People streamed out of the building, men in suits, women in coats, groups laughing, checking their phones. and then she saw him. Mark walked out of the revolving door. He wasn't wearing his coat. He was just in his suit jacket, despite the freezing temperature. He looked animated. He was laughing. Walking next to him was a woman. She was young. She wore a puffy, oversized coat that looked trendy but not warm. She had a mess of brown curls that bounced when she walked. She was holding a coffee cup in one hand and gesturing wildly with the other. Sarah. Elena knew it instantly. It was the energy between them. It wasn't professional. Mark wasn't walking with the respectful distance of a boss. He was leaning in. His shoulder brushed hers. He was listening to her with an intensity he hadn't shown Elena in years. They didn't touch, not overtly, but the intimacy was there. It was in the way they moved in sync. They stopped at the corner. Mark said something. Sarah threw her head back and laughed. It was a loud, uninhibited laugh. Elena could almost hear it through the glass of her car window. Then, Sarah did something that made Elena's breath hitch. She reached out and adjusted Mark's tie. It was a small gesture, a wife's gesture. Mark didn't pull away. He let her do it. He looked down at her with a softness that tore Elena's heart out. Elena gripped the steering wheel. Her knuckles turned white. That was her tie, as she had bought it for him in Milan 3 years ago. That was her husband. That was her life being adjusted by a stranger's hands. They turned and walked toward a bistro down the street. Elena watched them go. She didn't follow. She didn't need to see them eat. She had seen enough. She started the car. Her hands were shaking uncontrollably now. She needed to do something. She needed to act. But she couldn't make a scene. A scene would end it. A scene would force a decision. And Elena wasn't ready to decide. She wanted to understand the enemy first. She drove home. When she arrived, the house felt different. It felt violated. She walked into the kitchen. On the counter, there was a package. It must have been delivered while she was out. A courier package. Priority overnight. It was addressed to Mark Ross. But the return address wasn't a company. It was a boutique shop in Soho, New York. Velvet and Vine. Elena stared at the package. Mark never ordered from boutiques. Mark ordered from Amazon or J.Crew. She picked up the package. It was light, soft. She took a knife from the block, a sharp paring knife. She slid it under the tape. It sliced through with a satisfying shhh. She opened the box. Inside, nestled in black tissue paper, was a cashmere scarf. It was a deep charcoal grey, beautiful quality, expensive. There was a card, a small cream-coloured card. Elena picked it up. Her fingers brushed the textured paper. To keep you warm when I'm not there. X. No name, just X. Elena dropped the card back into the box. It was bold. It was incredibly bold to send this to his house. Sarah wasn't hiding. She was invading. She was planting a flag. She knew Mark was married. She knew Elena lived here. Sending this package was an act of aggression. It was a message to Elena as much as it was a gift to Mark. I am here, the scarf said. I am touching his neck. Elena felt a surge of nausea. She closed the box. She retaped it carefully. She had a special clear tape in her craft drawer that matched the packaging tape almost perfectly. She resealed it so Mark wouldn't know it had been opened. She placed it on the console table in the hallway where the mail usually went. She would let him find it. She would watch him open it. She would watch him lie. But the investigation wasn't over. Mark had mentioned he took the client to the site in his car yesterday. The scent in the hallway had been strong, but the scent in the car would be stronger. Elena grabbed the keys to Mark's sedan, the spare set. She walked out to the garage. She opened the door to his black Audi. The smell hit her instantly. It was faint now, masked by the leather, but it was there. Vanilla. Burnt sugar. Elena sat in the driver's seat. She felt like an intruder in her husband's vehicle. She looked around. The centre console was clear. The dashboard was dusty. Mark wasn't a neat freak with his car like he was with his architecture. She checked the glove box. Just the manual, insurance papers, and a tyre gauge. She checked the door pockets. Empty coffee cups. Gum wrappers. She reached under the passenger seat. Her hand brushed against something hard and metallic. She pulled it out. It was a bracelet. Not a diamond bracelet. Not something elegant that Mark would buy. It was a charm bracelet. Silver. Chunky. A bit juvenile. The kind of thing a 26-year-old artistic girl would wear. It had charms on it. A tiny Eiffel Tower. A palette. A star. And a letter. Elena held the bracelet in her palm. It felt cold. Sarah had left it. Accidentally, or on purpose. If it was an accident, it was careless. If it was on purpose, it was a declaration of war. Elena looked at the passenger seat. She imagined Sarah sitting there, laughing, leaning over. Maybe the bracelet caught on the fabric. Maybe she took it off to do something else. Elena closed her hand around the metal. The edges dug into her skin. She had the evidence. She had the hotel booking. She had the visual confirmation. She had the gift. And now, the object. She sat there in the silent garage, inside the cold car. She realised something terrifying. She wasn't crying. Yesterday, she had almost cried. Today, the tears were gone. They had been replaced by a cold, hard clarity. Mark had broken the contract, the unspoken contract of their marriage. I manage your life. You give me loyalty. He had fired her from her position as the only woman in his life. But he hadn't told her yet. He was keeping her on as a consultant, unaware that she knew she had been replaced. Elena put the bracelet in her pocket, right next to the piece of paper with the pencil rubbings. She got out of the car. She locked it. She went back inside the house. She walked into Mark's study. It was a room she rarely entered when he wasn't there. It was his sanctuary. She looked at his drafting table. There were sketches of the Kensington lobby. She looked closely. The lines were bold, confident, Mark's style. But then she saw the notes in the margins. Faint red ink. Flow is blocked here. Move the pillar. Too dark. Add light well. The handwriting was hers, from 2 weeks ago. She had come in late at night, seen the struggling design, and left the notes. She did it out of habit, out of love, to help him shine. He had taken the advice. The new sketch incorporated her changes perfectly. He was using her brain to succeed at work while giving his heart to someone else. Elena picked up a pen, a red pen. She looked at the new sketch. It was good, but it wasn't perfect. There was a structural weakness in the mezzanine level, a subtle one. If built, it would crack under stress in 10 years. She hovered the pen over the paper. She could fix it. She could save him, as she always did. One note, and the design would be flawless. She stared at the paper. She thought about Sarah adjusting his tie. She thought about the X on the card. Slowly, deliberately, Eleanor put the cap back on the pen. She placed the pen down. She wouldn't fix it. For the first time in 15 years, she would let him fail. She walked out of the study and closed the door. She went to the kitchen and started preparing dinner. She chopped the onions with rhythmic precision. Chop. 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 She was building a case. She was gathering ammunition. And when the time was right, she wouldn't just leave. She would make sure he understood exactly what he had lost, but not yet. Tonight, she would be the perfect wife again. She would ask about his day. She would smile when he lied. The phone rang, the landline. It rang loud and shrill in the quiet house. Nobody called the landline. Only telemarketers, or emergencies. Elena wiped her hands on a towel. She walked to the wall phone. She picked it up. Hello? There was silence on the other end. Hello? Elena said again. She could hear breathing. Slight, hitching. Like someone was working up the courage to speak. Is Mark there? The voice was female, young. It was the voice from the bistro, the voice that had laughed so loudly. Elena felt a chill go down her spine. Sarah was calling the house. This was an escalation. He's at work, Elena said. Her voice was ice. Who is this? A pause. This is a colleague from the firm. I need to ask him about the Kensington prints. It was a bad lie. You don't call a landline for prints in the digital age. He has a cell phone, Elena said, but you know that. Silence. The line crackled. Who is this? The voice asked, feigning ignorance. But the tone was aggressive, challenging. Who are you to answer his phone? I am his wife, Elena said. She didn't say her name. She claimed her title. Oh, the voice said. It didn't sound apologetic. It sounded curious, disappointed. Right. The wife. The wife. As if it were a temporary job title. As if it were an obstacle to be managed. I'll tell him you called, Elena said. Don't bother, Sarah said. And then she hung up. Click. The dial tone hummed. Elena stood there, holding the receiver. The invasion was complete. Sarah wasn't just outside the walls anymore. She had reached through the wire. She had spoken into Elena's ear in her own kitchen. Elena hung up the phone. She looked at the bracelet in her pocket. She looked at the scarf on the table. She looked at the phone. They were surrounding her. Elena took a deep breath. She went back to the cutting board. She picked up the knife. She wasn't afraid anymore. She was angry. And anger, for a woman like Elena, was a fuel more potent than gasoline. She resumed chopping. The sound was louder now. Chop, chop, chop. Tonight, the war would begin in earnest. But it would be a silent war, a cold war, and Elena Ross had never lost a war of attrition. The evening descended upon the Ross household not as a transition of light, but as a closing of a cage. The The snowstorm had intensified. The wind battered the glass walls of the living room, a relentless, howling force that made the expensive heating system work overtime to keep the chill at bay. Inside, the atmosphere was brittle. Elena sat in the living room. She had changed out of her spy clothes. She was wearing a simple cream cashmere sweater and dark trousers. She looked soft, approachable, but her spine was a rod of steel. On the coffee table, directly in front of her, sat 3 objects: the charm bracelet, the folded piece of paper with the pencil rubbing, the box from Velvet and Vine. She had set the stage. Now she was waiting for the actors to arrive. Mark came home at 7:45 p.m. He entered through the garage, bringing a gust of freezing air with him. He looked haggard. His shoulders were slumped, the posture of a man carrying a weight he wasn't strong enough to bear. "I'm home," he called out. His voice was tentative, testing the waters. "In here," Elena replied, and her voice was calm. Mark walked into the living room. He loosened his tie, the tie Sarah had adjusted earlier that day. He looked at Elena, and then his eyes fell to the coffee table. He froze. He recognized the box immediately. The boutique logo was unmistakable. He recognized the bracelet. He had seen it on Sarah's wrist 100 times. The colour drained from his face. It was a physical reaction, instant and undeniable. He looked like a deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming truck. "Elena," he started. His voice cracked. "What is this?" Elena didn't scream. She didn't throw the bracelet at him. She simply picked up the box. "A package came for you," she said, "from a boutique in Soho. It was addressed to the house." Mark swallowed hard. His Adam's apple bobbed. It must be a mistake, or a client gift. Vendors send things all the time." "Do vendors usually sign their cards with an X?" Elena asked. She picked up the card. She read it aloud, her voice devoid of emotion. "To keep you warm when I'm not there." She looked at him. "Is that what vendors say, Mark? Do they keep you warm?" Mark opened his mouth, but no sound came out. The lie died in his throat. It was too big, too obvious. "And this," Elena said, picking up the bracelet. "I found this in your car, under the passenger seat, where I used to sit." Mark stared at the silver charms, the Eiffel Tower, the star, the S. It's Sarah's," he whispered. He couldn't help it. The truth leaked out because there was no room left for lies. "Sarah," Elena repeated. "The junior associate. The one who calls our landline to mark her territory. The one who adjusts your tie in the middle of the street." Mark's eyes widened. "You saw us?" "I see everything, Mark," Elena said. "I've always seen everything. I saw the flaws in your designs before you did. I saw the cracks in our marriage before you did. And now I see this." Mark took a step toward her. He looked terrified. Not terrified of losing her, Elena realised with a pang of sorrow, but terrified of the mess. He was terrified of the disruption. "Elena, please," he said. "It's not what you think. It's complicated. It just happened. I tried to stop it." "You tried to stop it?" Elena asked. She stood up. She was shorter than him, but in that moment she seemed to tower over him. "Did you try to stop it when you booked a hotel room yesterday? Did you try to stop it when you let her into our lives? It meant nothing, Mark pleaded. The classic line, the anthem of the adulterer. She means nothing. It was just stress, midlife crisis. I don't know. I was weak. She thinks she means something, Elena said. She thinks she means enough to send gifts to your home. She thinks she owns you. She's crazy, Mark said quickly. He was throwing Sarah under the bus to save himself. She's obsessed. I've been trying to end it, Elena. I swear. I was going to end it today. Eleanor looked at him with profound pity. You were laughing with her at lunch, Mark. You didn't look like a man ending things. You looked like a man enjoying the ego boost. Mark raked his hands through his hair. I can fix this. I'll fire her. I'll transfer her. We can go to counselling. I love you, Elena. You're my wife. I am your wife, Elena said. But am I your partner? Or am I just the person who makes your life work? Before Mark could answer, a sound cut through the noise of the wind outside. Headlights swept across the living room windows, twin beams of light that sliced through the darkness. A car had pulled into the driveway. Mark turned to the window. Who is that? Elena walked to the window. She looked out. It was a small red hatchback. It was parked haphazardly, halfway on the lawn, churning up the pristine snow. The driver's door opened. A figure stepped out into the storm. She wasn't wearing a hat. Her hair was whipping around her face. She marched towards the front door. It's her, Elena said softly. No, Mark whispered. She wouldn't. She would, Elena said. You ignored her all afternoon, didn't you? After I picked up the phone. You probably didn't text her back. You went silent on her, just like you go silent on me. The doorbell rang. It was a long, insistent press. Buzz. Then came the pounding. A fist against the heavy oak. Mark! A voice muffled by the wood and the wind. Mark, I know you're in there. Open the door. Mark looked at the door, then back at Elena. He looked like a trapped animal. Don't open it, he hissed. Call the police. She's trespassing. Elena looked at him with disgust. Call the police on the woman you slept with yesterday. That's your solution? To have her arrested? She's hysterical, Mark said. She'll ruin everything. Everything is already ruined, Mark, Elena said. She walked past him. Elena, don't! Mark grabbed her arm. She looked down at his hand. Let go of me. Her voice was so cold it burned. Mark dropped his hand instantly. Elena walked to the foyer. The pounding continued. Mark! Please! I need to talk to you. Elena unlocked the door. She pulled it open. The wind rushed in, violent and freezing. Sarah stood there. She was shivering. Her face was streaked with mascara and tears. She looked young, messy, and desperate. When the door opened, she surged forward, expecting Mark. She stopped when she saw Elena. For a moment, the two women stared at each other, the wife and the mistress, the architect of the home and the wrecker of it. Come in, Elena said. Sarah stammered. The wind whipped her hair into her mouth. I want to see Mark. I know, Elena said. Come in before you freeze. She stepped aside. It was an act of grace that confused Sarah completely. Sarah hesitated, then stepped into the warm foyer. She was dripping wet. Melting snow dripped from her boots onto the expensive rug. Elena closed the door, shutting out the storm. The silence returned, but now it was charged with electricity. "He's in the living room," Elena said. Sarah didn't say, "Thank you." She ran past Elena into the living room. Elena followed slowly. She wanted to see this. She needed to see this. When she entered the living room, Sarah was standing in front of Mark. Mark had retreated behind the sofa, putting a barrier between himself and the girl. "Why didn't you answer my calls?" Sarah was crying. Her voice was high and shrill. "You said you'd call me after the meeting. You said we needed to talk about us." "Sarah, you can't be here," Mark said. His voice was a harsh whisper. "You need to leave. Now." "No!" Sarah screamed. "I'm not leaving. I'm tired of hiding, Mark. I'm tired of being the secret. You told me you were unhappy. You told me she didn't understand you. You told me you were only staying for the stability." Mark flinched. He looked at Elena. Elena stood by the fireplace, her face impassive. She was listening. She was collecting the data. "I never said that," Mark lied. "You did," Sarah sobbed. She reached into her pocket and pulled out her phone. "I have the texts, Mark. She's cold. She treats me like a project. I feel alive with you. Do you want me to read them?" Mark looked at the phone as if it were a grenade. "Sarah, stop. Please. Not here." "Why not here?" Sarah challenged him. She turned to look at Elena. There was a defiance in her eyes now, fueled by adrenaline. "He loves me. He's just too afraid to tell you. He's been waiting for the right time." Elena looked at Sarah. She didn't feel anger towards the girl anymore. She felt a strange kinship. They were both victims of the same man's weakness. "Is that true, Mark?" Elena asked. Her voice cut through Sarah's sobbing like a knife. Mark looked at his wife. Then he looked at his mistress. "Is what true?" he mumbled. "That you love her," Elena said. "That you're unhappy with me. That I'm just stability to you." Mark stammered. "Elena, Words get twisted. It was just talk. It was fantasy." "Fantasy?" Sarah gasped. She looked like she had been slapped. "Was yesterday fantasy? Was the hotel room fantasy? You told me you wanted to run away with me." "I was drunk," Mark shouted. "I was stressed. It was just sex, Sarah. It wasn't real life." The room went deadly silent. Sarah stopped crying. She stared at Mark. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. The cruelty of his words hit her with the force of a bullet. Just sex. Elena watched Mark. She saw the panic in his eyes. He was trying to salvage his marriage by destroying the girl. He thought that if he was cruel enough to Sarah, Elena would forgive him. He thought he could buy his way back into the safety of the fortress by sacrificing the invader. It was despicable. "You're a coward," Sarah whispered. The fight drained out of her. She looked small and broken. "You made me believe—" "I'm sorry," Mark said, but he wasn't looking at her. He was looking at Elena, checking for a reaction. "I'm sorry, Sarah, but you have to go. My wife, this is my home." Sarah looked at Elena. Her eyes were pleading now. Pleading for someone to acknowledge her reality. Eleanor stepped forward. She walked into the centre of the triangle. "He's right, Sarah," Eleanor said softly. "He is a coward." Mark blinked. "Eleanor." Eleanor ignored him. She kept her eyes on Sarah. He told you what you wanted to hear to get what he wanted, and he told me what I wanted to hear to keep what he had. He lied to both of us. She turned to Mark. This was the moment, the climax of 15 years. Mark, she said. Her voice was clear, resonant. It didn't waver. Look at us. Look at her. Look at me. Mark looked. He looked wretched. You have a choice, Elena said. Right now. Tonight. No more lies. No more complicated. No more silence. She pointed to Sarah. Do you love her? If you love her, if she makes you feel alive, if she is your future, then stand by her. Take her hand. Defend her. Walk out that door with her, and don't look back. Mark looked at Sarah. Sarah looked back, a flicker of hope reigniting in her wet eyes. She reached her hand out slightly. Or, Elena continued, do you love me? Do you honour the 15 years we built, the daughter we raised? If you do, then tell her. Tell her the truth. Not that she was just sex, but that you made a mistake and you choose your wife. Tell her to leave with respect, not with cruelty. Elena folded her hands. Speak, Mark. Who is she to you? And who am I to you? The grandfather clock ticked in the hallway. Tock, tock, tock. The wind howled outside. Mark looked at Sarah. He saw the mess. He saw the emotional demands. He saw a life of chaos, of passion that burns out and leaves ash. He saw the judgment of his colleagues. He looked at Elena. He saw the order. He saw the safety. He saw the woman who fixed his sketches. He saw the social standing. He saw the comfortable life he had built. But he also saw her eyes. They were judging him. They were demanding a level of honesty he didn't possess. If he chose Sarah, he lost his reputation. If he chose Elena, he had to admit he was a monster who used people. He had to beg. He had to be vulnerable. He opened his mouth to speak. He looked at Sarah. He couldn't break her heart to her face. He was too weak to be the villain in her story explicitly. He looked at Elena. He couldn't promise to be the man she wanted, because he knew he wasn't that man. He stood there. His jaw worked. He looked down at his shoes. 1 second passed. 5 seconds passed. 10 seconds. The silence stretched. It became a living thing in the room, a suffocating, heavy blanket. Sarah's hand, which had been reaching out, slowly dropped. She realised he wasn't going to take it. Elena's face, which had been expectant, slowly hardened. She realised he wasn't going to speak. He chose nothing. He chose the middle ground. He chose to wait for one of them to make the decision for him. He chose to be a passenger in his own life. It was the loudest silence Elena had ever heard. It was an insult. It was a dagger. To Sarah, his silence meant, I don't love you enough to fight for you. To Elena, his silence meant, I don't respect you enough to be honest with you. He stood there, mute, hoping the storm would blow over if he just stayed still. Elena closed her eyes for a brief moment. She inhaled deeply. She felt something snap inside her chest. It wasn't a bone. It was the tether. The invisible cord that had bound her to him for 15 years. It snapped clean. She opened her eyes. They were dry. I see, she said. Her voice was barely a whisper, but it thunderclapped through the room. Mark looked up, panic flaring again. Elena, Shh, she said. She held up a hand. Don't ruin it now. You've given your answer. She looked at Sarah. He won't choose, Sarah, because he chooses himself. He always has. Sarah covered her face with her hands and began to sob again. Soft, hopeless sobs. Eleanor turned to the coffee table. She picked up the bracelet. She walked over to Sarah and gently took her hand. She pressed the bracelet into Sarah's palm. Take this, Elena said kindly, and go. You deserve better than a man who can't speak his own heart. Sarah looked at Elena, confused, broken, but seeing the truth. She gripped the bracelet. She looked at Mark one last time with eyes full of contempt. Then she turned and ran. The front door opened and slammed shut. The red car engine revved. Tyres spun on the ice, then caught. The car sped away. Mark and Elena were alone. Mark let out a long exhale. He looked relieved. The problem had left the building. He thought he had survived. God, he said, rubbing his face. I'm sorry, Elena. That was a nightmare. I'm so sorry you had to see that. But she's gone. It's over. He took a step toward her. We can put this behind us. I promise. I'll make it up to you. Elena watched him come closer. He actually believed it. He believed that because he hadn't left with Sarah, he had chosen Elena. He believed that his silence was a victory. She looked at her left hand. The diamond ring sparkled under the recessed lighting. It was a beautiful ring. Mark had designed it. Slowly, she gripped the ring with her right hand. Mark, she said. Yes? He stopped, sensing the shift in the air. You didn't choose me, she said. You just didn't choose her. There is a difference. She twisted the ring. It was tight. It had been on her finger for 15 years. It left an indentation, a pale band of skin where the sun hadn't touched. Elena, what are you doing? Mark's voice rose in pitch. She pulled the ring off. It came free with a slight resistance, as if the metal itself didn't want to let go. She held it up, a circle of gold and carbon, a symbol of eternity that had lasted exactly 15 years. I can't live in this silence, Mark, she said. I can't live with a man who stands in the middle of the room and says nothing when his life is burning down. She placed the ring on the coffee table, right next to the box from Velvet and Vine. The sound of the gold hitting the glass table was sharp. Clink. Elena, stop, Mark said. He sounded desperate now. Where are you going? It's a blizzard out there. I know, Elena said, but it's warmer out there than it is in here. She didn't pack a bag. She didn't go upstairs to get her clothes. She didn't want anything from this house. She didn't want the clothes he had paid for, the jewellery he had given her as apology gifts over the years. She walked to the foyer. She put on her coat, the black wool coat. She wrapped her own scarf around her neck. Mark ran to the hallway. Elena, you can't leave. You can't just walk out. What about Lily? What about the house? Elena put her hand on the doorknob. She turned to him one last time. She looked at the man she had loved. She looked at the man she had built. He was a hollow shell, a beautiful structure with a fatal design flaw. I'll call Lily, she said. And the house? The house is yours, Mark. It always was. It's just glass and steel. There's no heart in it." "Elena!" he shouted. He lunged for her. She opened the door. The wind roared. The snow swirled into the foyer, coating the expensive floor in white. She stepped out. She didn't look back. She walked into the storm. Mark stood in the open doorway. The cold air hit him, biting through his thin shirt. He watched his wife walk down the driveway. She walked steadily, her head held high, a dark silhouette against the blinding white snow. He wanted to run after her. He wanted to scream, "I love you." He wanted to grab her and drag her back into the warmth. But he didn't move. He stood there, frozen. His feet felt like they were nailed to the floor. His voice was trapped in his throat. He watched until the darkness swallowed her. He watched until the only thing left was the snow falling on the empty driveway. Slowly, the cold became unbearable. He stepped back and closed the door. The click of the latch was final. He turned back to the silent, empty house. He looked at the ring on the table. He looked at the scarf box. He was alone. He had won the argument by saying nothing, and in doing so, he had lost everything. The silence of the house settled around him, heavy and suffocating. It was no longer a sanctuary. It was a tomb. 3 months had passed since the night of the blizzard. The snow had melted, replaced by the grey, slushy transition of a Boston March. It was the ugliest time of the year, when the city looked stripped bare, waiting for a spring that felt like it would never come. Elena woke up to the sound of a siren. It was loud, wailing right outside her window. She jolted awake, her heart pounding. For a split second, she reached out her hand to the left side of the bed, expecting to feel the high, thread-count Egyptian cotton sheets, expecting to feel the warm, solid presence of Mark. Her hand hit a cold, peeling wall. She blinked. The room came into focus. It wasn't the master suite in Wellesley with the panoramic views. It was a 400-square-foot studio apartment in Somerville. The ceiling had a water stain that looked like a map of South America. The radiator clanked and hissed like a dying animal. Elena sat up. She pulled the thin duvet around her shoulders. It was freezing. The insulation in this pre-war building was practically non-existent. She looked at the clock on the floor. She didn't have a bedside table yet. It was 6:00 a.m. She got up. Her feet touched the hardwood floor. It was scratched and uneven. She walked to the kitchenette, which was just a stove and a sink tucked into a closet-sized alcove. She filled a kettle with water. She lit the gas stove with a match because the igniter was broken. The blue flame flared up with a whoosh. She made instant coffee, just powder and water. She drank it standing up, looking out the single window. The view was a brick wall and a fire escape. This was her life now. She was Mrs. Elena Ross, the woman who used to host charity galas and manage a $3 million home. Now, she was Elena, the woman who counted coupons at the grocery store. When she left Mark, she had taken nothing. No settlement, no alimony. Not yet. The lawyers were still talking, but Elena had refused to touch the joint accounts. It was a point of pride. A stupid, stubborn point of pride, perhaps. But it was the only thing keeping her spine straight. She wouldn't take money from a man who couldn't speak for her. She finished the coffee. It tasted bitter and metallic. She went to the bathroom. The mirror was cracked in the corner as she looked at her reflection. She looked tired. There were fine lines around her eyes that hadn't been there in December. Her hair was longer, less styled. She couldn't afford the bi-weekly salon visits anymore. but her eyes were clear. The fog of the last few years, the anxiety of maintaining perfection, was gone. She dressed quickly, a simple pair of black slacks and a grey sweater, functional, invisible. She grabbed her bag and walked out. She locked the door with a key that stuck in the lock if you didn't jiggle it just right. She walked 4 blocks to the subway station. She swiped her card. She waited on the platform with the morning commuters, students, nurses, construction workers. She was one of them now, a drop in the ocean. She took the train to Harvard Square. She walked to the Dusty Page, a used bookstore tucked away in a side street. The bell chimed as she entered. The shop smelled of old paper, glue, and dust. It was a smell Elena loved. It smelled like stories that had survived. "Morning, Elena," the owner called out. Mr. Abernathy was 70 years old, wearing a tweed jacket that had seen better decades. "Good morning, Arthur," Elena said. She went behind the counter. This was her job. She organised the shelves. She managed the inventory. She recommended books to customers. It paid minimum wage. It barely covered the rent and the ramen noodles. But it was quiet. At 10 o'clock a.m., a customer walked in. A young woman, looking for a rare edition of The Great Gatsby. Elena knew exactly where it was. She climbed the rolling ladder, her fingers tracing the spines of the books. She felt a sense of peace. Here, things were in order. Here, stories had beginnings, middles, and ends. She pulled the book down. She handed it to the woman. "Thank you," the woman said. She looked at Elena's hands. "You have beautiful hands. You look like you should be running a gallery, not stocking shelves." Eleanor smiled. It was a genuine smile. Small, but real. "I used to run a museum," Eleanor said mysteriously, "but the exhibits were all fake." The woman looked confused, but she paid and left. Eleanor stood by the window, watching the rain start to fall. She thought about Lily. She had called her daughter the night she left. Lily had cried. Lily had blamed her. "Why couldn't you just forgive him, Mum? Everyone cheats. Why did you have to blow up the family?" It hurt. It hurt more than Mark's betrayal. But Elena took it. She didn't tell Lily about the silence. She didn't tell Lily about the cowardice. She let Mark be the good guy in Lily's eyes, because a daughter needs her father to be a hero, even if it's a lie. Elena wiped a smudge off the glass. She was poor. She was alone. She was cold. But for the first time in 15 years, she wasn't waiting for a shoe to drop. She was standing on the ground. 10 miles west, in the house of glass and steel, the morning was chaotic. Mark Ross was running late. He was running around the master bedroom, trying to find his other sock. The room was a mess. Clothes were draped over the expensive mid-century modern chairs. Several shopping bags from high-end boutiques were piled in the corner, spilling tissue paper onto the floor. "Sarah!" he yelled. "Have you seen my grey socks?" From the bathroom came the sound of a hairdryer blasting at full volume. "What?" Sarah yelled back. Mark groaned. He dug through the drawer. It was disorganised. Elena used to arrange his socks by colour and material. Wool on the left, cotton on the right. Now it was a jumble of mismatched fabrics. He found a black sock and put it on. One grey, one black. Who would know? He walked into the bathroom. Sarah was standing in front of the mirror. She was naked, except for the steam filling the room. She looked incredible. Her body was young, firm, golden. She saw him in the mirror and smiled. She turned off the hairdryer. "Hey, handsome," she said. She turned and wrapped her arms around his neck. She pressed her wet body against his suit. "Sarah." "Don't," Mark said, pulling back slightly. "I'm wearing silk. The water stains." Sarah pouted. "You worry too much about clothes. Worry about me." She kissed him. It was a hungry, demanding kiss. For a moment, Mark let himself sink into it. This was why he had done it. The passion, the heat, the feeling of being desired like a drug. But then his mind drifted to the meeting at 9:00 a.m. The Kensington project was stalling. The contractors were asking questions he couldn't answer. He pulled away. "I have to go," he said. "I can't find my socks. The coffee machine is blinking red. I think it's broken." "Oh, that," Sarah said, turning back to the mirror to apply her eyeliner. "I think I put the wrong pod in it yesterday. It made a weird noise." "You put a Nespresso pod in the Keurig?" Mark asked. "They look the same." Sarah laughed. "Just buy a Starbucks on the way. You make enough money." Mark stared at her back. Just buy a Starbucks. Elena would have fixed the machine. Elena would have descaled it before it even broke. Elena would have had a thermos of his favourite blend waiting by the door. "It's not about the money, Sarah," Mark muttered. "It's about efficiency." "You're so uptight," Sarah said. She drew a sharp black wing on her eyelid. "Relax, baby. We're free. The witch is gone." Mark winced. He hated when she called Elena the witch. It felt wrong. It felt like bad karma. "Don't call her that," he said. "Why not?" Sarah asked, spinning around. "She left you. She walked out. She didn't fight for you. I fought for you." Mark didn't answer. He walked out of the bathroom. He went downstairs. The kitchen was a disaster zone. There were dishes in the sink from last night. Sarah didn't like loading the dishwasher because it ruined her manicure. There was a half-eaten pizza box on the marble island. The house felt different. It used to feel like a sanctuary of minimalism. Now, it felt like a dorm room occupied by rich teenagers. Sarah had started redecorating. She had brought in bright pink throw pillows. She had hung a neon sign in the living room that said, "Good vibes only." It clashed hideously with the architectural purity of the house. Mark grabbed his briefcase. He looked for his keys. They weren't in the bowl. "Keys!" he shouted up the stairs. "Where are my keys?" "I borrowed your car to go to the gym," Sarah yelled down. "Check my purse." Mark rifled through Sarah's purse on the counter. It was full of gum wrappers, receipts, lipstick tubes, and tangled headphones. It was a chaotic abyss. He finally found his keys at the bottom, sticky with something that smelled like peach schnapps. He wiped them on his pants. He walked out to the garage. He got into his car. It smelled of Sarah's perfume, burnt sugar and vanilla, and stale French fries. He gripped the steering wheel. He closed his eyes for a second. He missed the smell of lemon polish. He missed the silence. He started the car and backed out. As he drove down the driveway, he saw the mailbox. It was stuffed full. He hadn't checked the mail in 3 days. Eleanor used to sort it daily. Bills, invitations, junk. Now, It was just a pile of paper waiting to become a problem. Mark arrived at Ross & Partners at 9:15 a.m. He was 15 minutes late. He walked into the conference room. His team was already there. 4 junior architects and the structural engineer, David. They looked up when he entered. "Sorry," Mark said, throwing his briefcase on the table. "Traffic." "No problem," David said. He looked worried. He pushed a set of blueprints across the table. "Mark, we have an issue with the mezzanine level on the Kensington Library." Mark sat down. He felt a headache forming behind his eyes. "What issue?" "The load-bearing calculations," David said. "When we ran the simulation with the new glass materials you chose, the stress on the cantilever is too high. It's going to crack." Mark looked at the blueprints. He squinted. "I thought we fixed this. I remember solving this." He remembered a night in his study. He remembered feeling stuck. Then he remembered coming back the next morning and seeing the solution. "Did you check the notes?" Mark asked. "I made notes on the draft." "We checked," David said. "There are no notes on the structural support, just aesthetic notes about the lighting." Mark froze. He remembered now. The notes in red ink. The notes Elena used to leave. "Flow is blocked here. Move the pillar." She hadn't left any notes on the final draft. The night he brought Sarah into his life, Elena had stopped fixing his work. "Right," Mark said. He tried to sound confident. "I must have kept that file in my head." "Okay, let's look at it." He stared at the lines. He was a good architect. He was talented, but he was a big picture guy. He wasn't a detail guy. Elena was the detail guy. She had a mind for physics that she hid under a guise of being just an editor. Mark stared at the cantilever. He couldn't see the solution. The numbers swam before his eyes. "Give me a minute," Mark said. The room was silent. His team watched him. They were waiting for the genius to speak. They were waiting for the magic. Mark felt sweat trickling down his back. "Maybe we add a column," a junior associate suggested tentatively. "No," Mark snapped. "No columns. It ruins the aesthetic. It has to float." "It can't float if it falls down, Mark," David said dryly. Mark slammed his hand on the table. "I know that. Just leave it with me. I'll fix it tonight." "We need to order the steel by Friday," David warned. "I said I'll fix it," Mark shouted. The room went quiet. Everyone looked down. Mark Ross didn't shout. Mark Ross was the cool, calm, collected leader. Mark exhaled. "Sorry. Long morning. Let's move on to the lighting." The meeting dragged on for 2 hours. Sarah wasn't there. She had called in sick, again. She said she had a migraine, but Mark knew she was probably shopping for more neon signs. At lunch, Mark sat alone in his office. He opened his sandwich. It was soggy. He had bought it from the deli downstairs. He looked at his phone. He scrolled to Elena's contact. Elena, wife. He hadn't changed the name. He wanted to text her. "How do I fix the cantilever on the Kensington project?" It was pathetic. He couldn't ask her that. She was gone, and she had taken her brain with her. He put the phone down. He looked out the window at the city. It looked grey and hostile. Sarah walked in at 2:00 p.m. She looked radiant, completely recovered from her migraine. She was carrying huge bags from Sephora. "Hi, baby," she chirped. She walked around his desk and sat on his lap. "I missed you." Mark stiffened. The door was glass. Everyone could see. "Sarah, get up," he whispered. "We're at work." "So?" she laughed. "Everyone knows we're together. Why hide it?" "It's unprofessional," Mark said. He pushed her off gently. Sarah's face fell. "You're ashamed of me." "I'm not ashamed. I'm working." Mark pointed to the blueprints. "This building is going to collapse if I don't figure this out." Sarah looked at the blueprints. "It looks pretty. Why don't you just make it, I don't know, stronger?" Mark looked at her. It was an innocent comment, but it highlighted the chasm between them. Sarah didn't speak his language. She was a decorator, not an architect. "That's the plan, Sarah," Mark said sarcastically. "Make it stronger. Brilliant." Sarah's eyes narrowed. "You don't have to be a jerk. I'm trying to help." "If you want to help, go organise the sample library," Mark said. "It's a mess." "I'm not your intern," Sarah spat. "I'm your partner." "Then act like one," Mark snapped. Sarah glared at him. She grabbed her shopping bags. "I'm going home. The energy in here is toxic." She stormed out. Mark watched her go. He felt a wave of exhaustion. He looked back at the blueprint. The lines seemed to mock him. The cantilever hung there, impossible, heavy, and unsupported, just like him. That evening, the rain turned into a downpour. Elena sat in her apartment. She had eaten a dinner of canned soup and toast. It was humble, but she had plated it nicely on a thrifted ceramic bowl. She always plated things nicely. She sat in the single armchair she had bought from a yard sale. It was velvet, worn at the elbows, but comfortable. She was reading, but her mind kept wandering. She looked at her phone. It was 8:00 p.m. She dialed a number. "Hi, Mum," Lily's voice. It was cool, distant. "Hi, sweetie," Elena said. Her voice warmed instantly. "How are your exams going?" "Fine," Lily said. "I got an A on history." "That's wonderful. I knew you would. You have a great memory." "Yeah," Lily said. A pause. "Dad sent me a care package with those macaroons from the French bakery." Elena felt a pinch in her chest. Mark didn't know how to order those. Elena used to order them every month for Lily. He must have asked his secretary to do it. "That was nice of him," Eleanor said. "He sounds stressed," Lily said. "When I talked to him, he sounded weird." "He's working hard on the big project," Eleanor said. She found herself defending him again. It was a reflex. "You know how he gets—" "Mum," Lily asked. Her voice softened. Are you okay? Dad said you're living in a dump." Elena stiffened. Mark had told her that. He had weaponized her poverty against her, to their daughter. "It's not a dump, Lily," Elena said firmly. "It's a studio. It's small, but it's mine. And it's temporary." "Why don't you just take the money?" Lily asked. "Dad said he offered you the townhouse. Why are you being so difficult?" Difficult. The word men used when women had standards. "It's complicated, honey," Elena said. "I want to make my own way. I need to know I can stand on my own 2 feet. It seems unnecessary, Lily sighed. Anyway, I have to go study. Dad and Sarah are coming up for Parents' Weekend next month. Elena's hand gripped the phone. Dad and Sarah. Oh, Elena said. Sarah is going. Yeah. Dad said she really wants to meet me. He says she's nice. Lily sounded sceptical, but resigned. I see, Elena said. She felt like she was swallowing glass. Well, have a good time. Are you coming? Lily asked. Elena looked around her apartment. She looked at her bank account balance in her mind. She couldn't afford the hotel in Connecticut. She couldn't afford the gas. And she couldn't afford the humiliation of standing next to Sarah, the shiny new toy, while wearing her 3-year-old coat. I might be busy with work, sweetie, Elena lied. I'll try, but I can't promise. Okay, Lily said. She sounded disappointed, but not surprised. Bye, Mum. Bye, love. Eleanor hung up. She sat in the silence. The rain hammered against the window. She felt a tear slide down her cheek. Just one. She wiped it away angrily. No, she said aloud to the empty room. I will not cry over a parents' weekend. She stood up. She walked to the kitchenette. She needed to do something. She saw the leaking faucet. Drip, drip, drip. It had been driving her crazy for weeks. The landlord said he would fix it, but he never came. Elena looked at it. She went to her small toolbox, one of the few things she had taken. She pulled out a wrench. She had never fixed a sink before. Mark used to call a plumber for everything. She Googled it on her phone. How to fix a leaky washer. She turned off the water valve under the sink. She unscrewed the handle. She used her muscle. It was tight. She gritted her teeth. Come on, she grunted. She twisted hard. The nut gave way. She disassembled the faucet. She found the washer. It was corroded. She had a spare washer in a variety pack she had bought for $1. She replaced it. She reassembled the faucet. She turned the water back on. She held her breath. She turned the handle. Water flowed. She turned it off. Silence. No drip. Elena stared at the faucet. A surge of triumph rushed through her. It was a tiny thing, a stupid thing. But she had done it. She had fixed a problem with her own hands. She didn't need a man. She didn't need a plumber. She didn't need Mark. She smiled. She made herself a cup of tea. She sat back down in the velvet chair. The room was still cold. The bank account was still empty. But the silence in the room wasn't lonely anymore. It was peaceful. Back in Wellesley, the mood was far from peaceful. Mark and Sarah were having dinner. They had ordered sushi because Sarah had burned the pasta, again. They ate in the living room, on the expensive white sofa, watching reality TV. I hate this show, Mark said. It's funny, Sarah said, chewing on a spicy tuna roll. Look at her dress. It's hideous. Mark looked around the room. The neon sign, Good Vibes Only, was buzzing softly. It made a low electronic hum that set his teeth on edge. Can we turn that sign off? Mark asked. Why? It sets the mood, Sarah said. It looks like a strip club, Mark muttered. Sarah dropped her chopsticks. Excuse me? Nothing, Mark said. I'm just tired. You're always tired, Sarah said. You're no fun anymore. When we were sneaking around, you were exciting. You were passionate. Now you're just old. Mark put his plate down. I'm 42, Sarah. I have a company to run. I have a mortgage. And you have an ex-wife who haunts this place, Sarah said. She gestured to the bookshelves. All these books. You never read them. They're hers. Why don't we throw them out? No, Mark said quickly. We're not throwing the books out. Why? You waiting for her to come back? Sarah challenged. Mark looked at the books. Proust, Hemingway, Austen. They were Elena's friends. Throwing them out felt like murder. They're just books, Mark said. You're still in love with her, Sarah said. Her voice was rising. I can feel it. You compare me to her. Every time I cook, every time I dress, every time I speak. You're thinking, Elena wouldn't do that. Mark looked at her. She was right. He was comparing them constantly, and Sarah was losing every time. Sarah was the dessert. Sweet, exciting. But you can't live on dessert. Elena was the water, essential, invisible. And he was dying of thirst. I'm not comparing you, Mark lied. He was getting tired of lying. It was exhausting work. Prove it, Sarah said. Take me to the parents' weekend. Introduce me to Lily as your girlfriend, your serious girlfriend. Mark hesitated. Sarah, it's too soon. Lily is still processing. It's been 3 months, Sarah yelled. I'm not going to be your dirty secret anymore. She stood up. She kicked the coffee table. The sushi tray rattled. Soy sauce spilled onto the white rug. A dark brown stain spread rapidly across the pristine wool. Mark stared at the stain. Elena would have run for the club soda instantly. Elena would have known exactly how to lift the stain. Sarah just looked at it. Oops. Oops, Mark whispered. That rug cost $5,000. It's just a rug, Mark, Sarah screamed. Stop caring about things more than people. She stormed upstairs. I'm sleeping in the guest room. Mark sat there. He looked at the soy sauce stain. It looked like a wound. He listened to Sarah slamming doors upstairs. The house shook. He put his head in his hands. He was surrounded by noise. The TV blaring. The neon sign buzzing. The footsteps upstairs. He closed his eyes and tried to remember the silence. The beautiful, heavy, golden silence of a winter evening with Elena sitting across from him, reading a book, perfectly still. He realised then, with a terrifying clarity, that he hadn't just lost a wife. He had lost his peace. He reached for his phone. He opened the Photos app. He scrolled back, past the selfies with Sarah, past the site photos. He found a photo from a year ago. It was a candid shot of Elena in the garden. She was pruning roses. She wasn't looking at the camera. She looked focused, calm, capable. Mark touched the screen. I messed up, he whispered to the empty, neon-lit room. I messed up so bad. But he didn't call her. He couldn't. His pride was the only thing bigger than his regret. He got up and went to the kitchen to find a rag. He scrubbed the rug, but he scrubbed too hard, and the wool frayed. The stain didn't come out. It just spread, grey and ugly, a permanent mark on the perfection he had tried so hard to maintain. The Kensington Library site was a wound in the earth, a chaotic pit of mud, concrete, and steel in the heart of Boston. It was Mark Ross's magnum opus. The design was ambitious. A floating glass mezzanine that cantilevered out over the main reading room, intended to look like a transparent page turning in the wind. It was April now. The air was damp and heavy, with the smell of wet cement and diesel fumes. Mark stood on the observation deck, wearing a white hard hat that gleamed under the grey sky. Next to him stood Arthur Kensington, the client. Kensington was a man of few words and deep pockets, a billionaire philanthropist who wanted a monument to his legacy. "Today is the day, Mark," Kensington said, his voice gravelly. "The load test." Mark nodded. He felt a bead of sweat trickle down his spine, despite the chill. "It's routine, Arthur. The math is solid." "Is it?" The question whispered in the back of his mind. Down below, the construction crew was preparing. They were placing massive concrete blocks onto the steel frame of the mezzanine. Each block weighed a ton. They were simulating the weight of bookshelves, people, and the heavy glass panels that would eventually enclose the space. "Load it up," the foreman shouted. The crane swung the first block into place. Thud. The steel groaned. A low, metallic vibration hummed through the structure. Mark gripped the railing. He watched the laser levels attached to the beams. They held steady. "See?" Mark said, forcing a smile. "Solid as a rock." "Let's hope so," Kensington said. "I'm not paying $50 million for a bouncy castle." The crane lowered the second block, then the third. The weight increased. The groaning of the metal grew louder. It was a sound like a cello string being tightened past its breaking point. Mark narrowed his eyes. He looked at the connection point, the exact spot where Elena had once circled in red ink on his preliminary sketch. "Flow is blocked here. Move the pillar." He hadn't moved the pillar. He had insisted on the aesthetic purity of the open space. He had relied on a new alloy to handle the stress. "Block 4, the foreman yelled. The crane lowered the weight. Crack. It wasn't a loud explosion. It was a sharp, sickening snap, like a dry branch breaking in a quiet forest. Dust puffed out from the joint where the cantilever met the main wall. "Stop!" the structural engineer, David, screamed. "Stop the load!" But it was too late. A spiderweb fracture appeared on the main concrete support. It started small, then raced up the wall like a lightning bolt, jagged and ugly. The mezzanine dipped, just 3 inches. But in architecture, 3 inches is the difference between a building and a ruin. "Clear the area!" the foreman bellowed. Workers scrambled away, dropping their tools. The structure held, barely. It didn't collapse, but it sagged, defeated by gravity. The floating page looked like a broken wing. Silence fell over the construction site. The only sound was the wind whistling through the exposed rebar. Mark stood frozen. He stared at the crack. It was a physical manifestation of his arrogance. It was a public announcement of his failure. Kensington turned to him. His face was purple with rage. "You told me the math was solid," Kensington hissed. It was," Mark stammered. "The alloy specifications, the tension." "Fix it," Kensington said. He didn't shout. His voice was deadly quiet. "You have 2 weeks to redesign this, Ross, or I sue you for every penny you have, and I will make sure you never build a doghouse in this city again." Kensington walked away, his expensive shoes crunching on the gravel. Mark remained on the deck. He looked at the crack again. It looked exactly like the pencil line Elena had drawn 2 months ago, the line he had erased. David walked up to him. He took off his hard hat and wiped his forehead. "I told you," David said softly. "I told you the stress calculations were borderline." "Shut up, David," Mark whispered. "We need a retrofit," David said. "We need to add a support column, and it's the only way." "A column will ruin the view," Mark said automatically. It was his mantra. "The view is already ruined, Mark," David said, pointing to the cracked concrete. "Now it's just about saving the building." Mark closed his eyes. He felt a wave of nausea. He needed to think. He needed a solution that saved the aesthetic and the structure. He needed the magic. He reached for his phone. He stared at the screen. He wanted to call her. He wanted to say, "Elena, you were right. How do I fix it without the column? I know you know. You always know." But he couldn't. She was gone. And she had taken the answer with her. While Mark's world was cracking, Elena was stacking paperbacks in the biography section of the dusty page. It was a slow Tuesday. The rain tapped gently against the shop window, a cosy rhythmic sound that made the smell of old paper even more comforting. Elena hummed softly to herself. She was wearing a thick cardigan she had bought at a thrift store for $5. It was oversized and oatmeal-coloured, wrapping her in warmth. The bell above the door chimed. A man walked in. He was in his 60s, wearing a tweed coat that looked like it smelled of pipe tobacco and rain. He had wild white hair and carried a leather satchel that looked heavy. He marched straight to the counter. He slammed a stack of papers down. "Rubbish," he announced to the empty shop. "Absolute rubbish." Mr. Abernathy, the owner, looked up from his crossword puzzle. "Good afternoon to you too, Julian. Trouble with the manuscript?" "Trouble?" The man, Julian, paced the narrow aisle. "It's a disaster, Arthur. My editor says the second act drags. He says the protagonist is unrelatable. Unrelatable? He's a 17th century alchemist, for God's sake. He's not supposed to be relatable to a millennial with a TikTok account." Elena paused in her shelving. She knew who he was. Julian Thorne, a local historian and author of dense, brilliant, but often impenetrable historical novels. Mr. Abernathy sighed. "Maybe you should listen to him, Julian. Your last book was dense." "It was nuanced," Julian shouted. He grabbed the manuscript. "I need fresh eyes. Someone who understands structure. Someone who appreciates the slow burn." He looked around the shop. His eyes landed on Elena. "You," he said, pointing a finger at her. "You work here." "Yes," Elena said, stepping down from her stool. "Do you read?" Julian asked. Eleanor smiled slightly. "I work in a bookstore, Mr. Thorne. It's a requirement." "Don't get cheeky with me," Julian grumbled, though his eyes twinkled slightly. "Here. Read page 45. Tell me if it drags." He thrust a page at her. Elena took it. She shouldn't. She was just the clerk. But the paper felt good in her hands. It was double-spaced, Courier, new font. The raw material of a story. She read it. It was a scene describing the alchemist mixing a potion. It went on for 3 paragraphs describing the viscosity of the liquid, the smell of the sulphur, the temperature of the crucible. Elena read it twice. Well, Julian demanded, does it drag? Be honest. I can take it. It doesn't drag, Elena said softly. It stalls. Julian blinked. Stalls? You're describing the process, Elena said, looking up at him. But you're not describing the stakes. We know how he's making the potion, but we don't feel his fear. If the potion fails, does he die? Does the king execute him? The description is beautiful, but it's static. You need to weave the anxiety into the action. She took a pencil from her apron pocket. A reflex. May I? She asked. Julian looked sceptical. Go ahead. Elena leaned over the counter. She crossed out 3 lines of adjectives. She drew an arrow. She wrote 2 words in the margin. Hand trembles. Here, she said. Instead of saying the liquid was viscous and treacherous, just show his hand trembling as he pours it. The reader will feel the danger. Julian stared at the page. He looked at the scratch marks. He looked at the note. He looked at Elena. Who are you? He asked. I'm Elena, she said. You're not just a clerk, Julian said. He narrowed his eyes. You've done this before. I used to edit, Elena said. A long time ago, in another life. Why did you stop? I got married, Elena said simply, and I started editing a life instead of books. Julian hummed. A waste. A terrible waste. He reached into his satchel and pulled out the rest of the manuscript, about 300 pages. He slammed the whole brick of paper onto the counter. I'll pay you, he said. $500. Read the first 3 chapters. Fix the pacing. Make the alchemist relatable without making him a teenager. Elena stared at the manuscript. $500. That was her rent for 2 weeks. That was groceries for a month. But more than the money, it was the trust. He didn't care about her clothes, and he didn't care about her husband. He cared about her mind. I can't take your manuscript, Elena said. I have to work. Mr. Abernathy cleared his throat. Take it, Elena. It's slow today. Go sit in the back. I'll handle the register. Elena looked at Mr. Abernathy, then at Julian. She put her hand on the stack of paper. It felt warm. It felt like coming home. Okay, she said. I'll have it for you by Friday. Thursday, Julian bargained. Friday, Elena said firmly. I'm thorough. Julian grinned. A wolfish, satisfied grin. Friday it is. Don't disappoint me, Elena. He turned and marched out of the shop, the bell jingling cheerfully behind him. Elena stood there, her hand resting on the paper. She felt a strange sensation in her chest. It was a fluttering, a spark. For months, she had felt like a ghost. Today, for the first time, she felt solid. Mark didn't go back to the office after the site disaster. He couldn't face his team. He couldn't face the whispers. He went home. It was 3:00 p.m. The house was empty. Sarah was out. Shopping, gym, brunch. He didn't know. He walked into the kitchen. He poured himself a scotch. Neat. He didn't even turn on the lights. He sat at the kitchen island, staring at the marble countertop. He pulled the blueprints out of his tube. He unrolled them, weighing down the corners with his whiskey glass and a pepper grinder. He stared at the mezzanine section. The crack. He could still hear the sound of it. He grabbed a red pen. He tried to draw a solution. Add a cable suspension. No, it would look like a bridge. Thicken the glass. Too heavy. Steel reinforcement underneath. Ugly. He drew lines. He crossed them out. He crumpled the paper. He threw it on the floor. He was spiralling. He needed the ghost notes. He stood up and ran to his study. He started tearing through his drawers. He was looking for the old sketches, the preliminary ones, the ones from December. "Where are they?" he muttered, tossing files onto the floor. "Where are the damn sketches?" He found a folder marked Kensington, early drafts. He ripped it open. He found the sketch, the one where Elena had made the note. He stared at it. The red ink was there. Her handwriting, elegant, precise. "Flow is blocked here. Move the pillar." She had drawn a small arrow, indicating a shift of the main load-bearing column by just 4 feet to the left. It would have changed the angle of the cantilever, distributing the weight back into the main wall. It would have been invisible to the eye, but structurally sound. Mark stared at the arrow. It was so simple, so elegant. Why hadn't he seen it? Because he was too busy looking at Sarah's legs. Because he was too busy feeling important. And why hadn't he seen the note later? He realised then. He had redrawn the final plans after she left. He had used a clean sheet. He hadn't transferred her notes because he was angry at her. He wanted to prove he could do it alone. He had erased her input to soothe his ego, and in doing so, he had built a flaw into the foundation of his greatest work. "Damn it!" Mark screamed. He swept his arm across the desk. The lamp, the pencil cup, the framed photos, everything went crashing to the floor. Glass shattered. The noise echoed through the empty house. He panted, gripping the edge of the desk. "Mark!" He spun around. Sarah stood in the doorway. She was holding shopping bags. She looked frightened. "What happened?" she asked. "I heard a crash." "Nothing," Mark said. He tried to compose himself. "Just work." Sarah walked into the room. She stepped over the broken glass of a picture frame. It was a photo of Mark receiving an award 5 years ago. Elena was in the background, smiling proudly. "You're bleeding," Sarah said. Mark looked at his hand. A shard of glass had nicked his knuckle. A drop of blood welled up, bright red. "It's fine," Mark said. Sarah dropped her bags. She came to him. She took his hand. "Let me fix it," she said. She reached into her purse and pulled out a Hello Kitty Band-Aid. "Here." Mark looked at the Band-Aid. It was pink and cartoonish. "Sarah," he said, pulling his hand away. "I don't need a Band-Aid. I need a solution." "A solution to what?" Sarah asked, hurt. "To the building," Mark shouted. He pointed to the blueprints. "The mezzanine cracked today. The whole thing is a failure. Kensington is going to sue me. My career is over." Sarah looked at the blueprints. She didn't understand the lines. She didn't understand the gravity. "So?" she said. "Just glue it." Mark stared at her. "Glue it?" "Yeah," Sarah said, shrugging. "Use that industrial epoxy stuff. Put some decorative moulding over the crack. No one will know." Mark looked at her as if she were speaking an alien language. "This is structural engineering, Sarah," he said. his voice trembling with suppressed rage. It's not a broken fingernail, and if I glue it, people will die. The roof will collapse on top of children reading books. God, you're so dramatic, Sarah rolled her eyes. Why do you have to be so negative? Just manifest a solution. Think positive. Manifest. Mark felt a laugh bubbling up in his throat. A hysterical, dark laugh. Manifest it, he repeated. Right. I'll just close my eyes and wish the concrete into place. Stop being a jerk, Sarah said. I'm trying to support you. Look, I bought you a shirt. It's blue. Your power colour. She reached for a bag. I don't want a shirt, Mark roared. He grabbed the bag from her hand and threw it across the room. It hit the wall and slid down. Sarah gasped. Tears welled up in her eyes immediately. You're crazy, she whispered. You're turning into a monster. I'm not a monster, Mark said, his voice breaking. I'm a man who is drowning. And you're handing me an anchor. I love you, Sarah cried. That's not enough, Mark yelled. Love doesn't hold up a 50-ton roof, Sarah. Competence does. Intelligence does. Reality does. Sarah backed away. She looked at him with genuine fear now. She had wanted the successful architect. She had wanted the glamorous older man. She hadn't signed up for this broken, shouting mess. I'm going to my sister's, Sarah said. Don't call me until you're sane. She turned and ran out of the room. A minute later, the front door slammed. Mark was alone again. He looked at the pink Band-Aid still sitting on the desk. He looked at the blueprint with Elena's note. He sat down on the floor amidst the broken glass. He pulled his phone out. He dialed the number he knew by heart. Ring. 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 Hello? Her voice. Calm. Steady. Like cool water. Mark closed his eyes. He hadn't planned what to say. Elena, he whispered. There was a pause on the other end. Mark, she said. Her tone wasn't angry. It was guarded. Is Lily okay? Lily is fine, Mark said. It's me. I'm not okay. I'm sorry to hear that, Elena said. But she didn't ask what's wrong. She didn't offer to come over. She maintained the distance. The Kensington mezzanine, Mark said. It cracked. The stress test failed. I know, Elena said. Mark froze. You know? How? I saw the news, Elena lied. She hadn't seen the news. She knew because she had seen the flaw in the design weeks ago. She knew it was inevitable. You knew it would happen, Mark said. It wasn't a question. I saw the math, Mark, Elena said. On the draft you left on the kitchen table in January, the cantilever was unsupported. Why didn't you tell me? Mark asked. His voice was full of accusation. Why didn't you fix it? Silence. I did tell you, Elena said softly. I left a note. You ignored it. Mark faltered. He had seen the note. He had chosen to ignore it because he was angry she was correcting him. And besides, Elena continued, her voice hardening slightly, I'm not your partner anymore, Mark. I'm not your editor. I'm not your safety net. You fired me from that job. Elena, please, Mark said. I need help. I have 2 weeks. I can't see the solution. I'm looking at the plans, but it's just lines. It's all noise. Ask Sarah, Elena said. Sarah thinks I should glue it, Mark admitted. A pathetic confession. He heard a small sound on the other end. Was it a laugh? No, it was a sigh. A sad sigh. I can't help you, Mark, Elena said. It wouldn't be right. You wanted to be the architect of your own life. You wanted the freedom. This is what freedom looks like. It's heavy. I miss you, Mark whispered. The truth finally came out. I miss your mind. I miss the quiet. You miss the convenience, Elena corrected him. You miss having someone who cleans up the messes before you even know you've made them. That's not love, Mark. That's service. No, it's... Goodbye, Mark, Elena said. Figure it out. You're a brilliant man. You just forgot how to work without a cheat sheet. Click. She hung up. Mark lowered the phone. He looked at the blueprint. Figure it out. She wasn't coming to save him. The cavalry wasn't coming. He picked up the red pen again. He looked at Elena's arrow. Move the pillar. He couldn't move the pillar now. The foundation was already poured. That solution was gone. He had to find a new one, a harder one. He started to draw. He drew a trellis structure. Ugly. He erased it. He drew a cable stay. Expensive. He erased it. He worked through the night. He worked until his eyes burned and his hand cramped. He worked without food, without sleep, without praise. For the first time in 15 years, Mark Ross was actually doing the work. Elena hung up the phone. Her hand was trembling. Hearing his voice had shaken her more than she wanted to admit. Hearing him broken. Part of her wanted to rush to him. Part of her wanted to drive to Wellesley, walk into that study, and sketch the solution in 5 minutes, and a hidden internal truss system within the floor plates. She had seen it in a Japanese architectural journal years ago. But she stayed in her chair. She looked at Julian's manuscript on her lap. She had spent the last 4 hours dissecting the first 3 chapters. She had found the rhythm. She had cut the fat. She had polished the dialogue until it sang. It was good work. It was her work. She picked up her pen. She wrote a note in the margin of chapter 3. The alchemist isn't afraid of dying. He's afraid of being forgotten. That's the core emotion. Amplify that. She closed the folder. She looked around her tiny apartment. It was silent. The only sound was the radiator clanking. She wasn't the wife of the famous architect anymore. She wasn't the woman behind the man. She was Elena, the editor. She went to her laptop. She opened her banking app. Balance, 412 hundreds. It was low, dangerously low. But tomorrow, she would get $500 from Julian. And if he liked the work, he said he had friends, other writers, other historians. She could build this, brick by brick, word by word. She wouldn't have a glass house. She wouldn't have a mezzanine. But she would have a foundation that wouldn't crack because she was laying it herself. She turned off the lamp. She lay down in the darkness. She thought about Mark sitting on the floor of his study, surrounded by broken glass. I hope you fix it, she whispered into the dark, for your sake. But she didn't pray for him. She saved her prayers for herself. The night deepened. In Wellesley, Mark fell asleep on the floor, his cheek pressed against the cold blueprint. The house was full of expensive things, but it was empty of warmth. The soy sauce stain on the rug was drying into a permanent scar. The good vibes only sign flickered and died, burning out a fuse. In Somerville, Elena slept deeply. Her apartment was cheap. Drafts blew through the window frame, but everything in it was honest. There were no secrets in the corners. There were no lies under the bed. The echo of the cracked concrete in the library had shattered the illusion of Mark's genius. The echo of the cracked spine of a book had awakened Elena's talent. The balance of power had shifted. The silent wife was finding her voice. The loud husband was being silenced by reality. And the twist was just beginning. Because while Mark was trying to save a building, Elena was about to rewrite her entire story. The unveiling of the solution at the Kensington Library was not a celebration. It was a funeral for an idea. Mark Ross stood in the centre of the reading room. The dust had been cleared. The workers were gone. The space was vast and echoing. And there, right in the middle of the floating mezzanine, stood the pillar. It was a steel column, 2 feet thick, encased in concrete. Mark had tried to make it look intentional. He had clad it in brushed aluminum. He had added lighting strips to it. But to his eye, and to the eye of anyone who understood the original vision, it was a scar. It was a crutch holding up a crippled limb. It broke the flow. It interrupted the light. It screamed, "I made a mistake." Arthur Kensington walked around the pillar. He tapped it with his cane. Clink, clink. "Well," Kensington said. "It's standing." "It's structurally sound," Mark said. His voice was flat. "It exceeds the safety requirements by 300%. "It's ugly," Kensington said bluntly. "It looks like you stuck a fire pole in the middle of a cathedral." Mark flinched. "We had to compromise for the timeline, Arthur. The retrofit was the only way to meet the opening date." "I know," Kensington sighed. "And that's why I'm not suing you. Yet. But don't expect me to put you on the cover of Architectural Digest for this. This isn't genius, Mark. This is adequate." Adequate. The word burned Mark like acid. He had built his entire identity on being exceptional, on being the visionary. Adequate was a death sentence. "I'll take adequate over collapsed," Mark said defensively. "Sure," Kensington said. He turned to leave. "Send me the final invoice and Mark. Maybe take a vacation. You look like hell." Kensington walked out. Mark was left alone with his pillar. He touched the cold aluminum. He hated it. He hated every inch of it. If he had listened to Elena 3 months ago, he could have moved the main load-bearing wall just 4 feet. It would have been invisible. It would have been perfect. But he hadn't listened. And now, this metal monstrosity would stand here for 50 years, a permanent monument to his arrogance. His phone buzzed. A text from Sarah. "Sarah, are you done yet? We need to go to the furniture store. The white rug is ruined, remember? I want to look at Persian carpets." Mark stared at the text. Persian carpets cost $10,000. He had just lost the bonus on the Kensington job because of the redesign costs. He didn't reply. He put the phone in his pocket. He looked at the pillar one last time. "I'm sorry," he whispered to the building. 4 miles away, in a brownstone in Back Bay, Elena was entering a world she thought she had lost forever. Julian Thorne, the eccentric author, had invited her to dinner. "It's not a date," he had shouted over the phone when he invited her. "I'm old enough to be your grandfather. It's a salon, a gathering of minds. You fixed my alchemist, Eleanor. You made him human. I want to show you off." Elena had hesitated. She didn't have salon clothes. But she had gone to a consignment shop in Cambridge and found a vintage black dress. It was simple, cut on the bias, with long sleeves. It cost $40. She had paired it with a silk scarf she had kept, one of the few luxury items she hadn't left behind. She looked in the mirror before she left her tiny studio. She looked elegant. Not the polished, expensive elegance of Mrs. Mark Ross, but a darker, more interesting elegance. The elegance of a woman who has secrets. She arrived at Julian's house. It was cluttered and warm, smelling of roasting duck and old leather bindings. There were about 10 people there. Writers, professors, a cellist. "Elena!" Julian boomed, rushing to the door. He took her coat. "Everyone, this is the woman who saved Chapter 4, the surgeon of sentences." Elena blushed. "I just added some commas, Julian." "Nonsense! You gave it a pulse." Julian led her into the room. He introduced her to people. They didn't ask her who her husband was. They didn't ask about her house in the suburbs. They asked her what she was reading. They asked her what she thought of the new translation of the Odyssey. They asked her opinion on the Oxford comma. Elena felt rusty at first. Her brain had been dormant, trained only to discuss floor plans and dinner menus for so long. But slowly, the gears began to turn. She engaged. She argued. She laughed. "I disagree," she said to a history professor who was droning on about Napoleon. Napoleon wasn't defeated by strategy. He was defeated by his own ego. He stopped listening to his generals. The room went quiet for a second. The professor looked surprised. "An interesting perspective," a voice said from the corner. Elena turned. A man was standing by the bookshelf. He was younger than Julian, perhaps 45. He had dark hair touched with silver, and he wore a corduroy jacket that looked comfortable rather than expensive. He held a glass of red wine. "I'm Daniel," he said, stepping forward. "Julian's nephew." "Elena," she said. "I read your notes on Julian's manuscript," Daniel said. "He left it on his desk. I took a peek." Elena felt a spike of anxiety. And, Daniel smiled, "you have a terrifyingly sharp eye. You caught the continuity error with the pocket watch in Chapter 1. I missed that, and I've been his editor for 10 years. "You're his editor?" Elena asked. "I'm a publisher," Daniel corrected. "I run Lantern Press. We do literary fiction, memoirs, essays. Small, but serious." He looked at her with an intensity that wasn't predatory, but professional. It was the look of a craftsman recognizing another craftsman. "Julian says you're looking for work," Daniel said. "I am," Elena admitted. "I'm currently freelancing." "I have a stack of manuscripts on my desk that are lifeless," Daniel said. "They have good plots, but no soul. I need someone who can find the pulse. Would you be interested in taking a look?" Eleanor felt her heart skip. "Are you offering me a job?" "I'm offering you a trial," Daniel said. "Freelance to start. If you're as good as Julian says, we can talk about a permanent position. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a business card. It was cream-coloured, heavy stock. Daniel Thorne, Lantern Press. Elena took the card. Her fingers brushed his. His hand was warm, dry, and steady. "Thank you," she said. "Don't thank me yet," Daniel grinned. "Wait until you read the first submission. It's a 700-page memoir about a man who loves cheese. It needs heavy intervention." Elena laughed. A real bell-like laugh that startled her. She hadn't laughed like that in years. Across the room, Julian watched them. He saw the spark in Elena's eyes. He saw the way she stood taller. He raised his glass to her silently. For the rest of the evening, Elena wasn't the wife. She wasn't the victim. She was Elena the editor. She drank the wine, she ate the duck, and she felt the blood returning to her limbs. She realised something profound. Intelligence was a currency. And unlike Mark's money, it couldn't be frozen by a bank or given to a mistress. It was hers. While Elena was laughing about cheese memoirs, Mark was sitting in his living room in the dark. Sarah had come home with the Persian carpet samples. They were spread out on the floor like expensive prayer mats. "I like the red one," Sarah said. She was painting her toenails on the sofa. "It hides stains." Mark looked at the red carpet. It looked like blood. "It's $5,000, Sarah," Mark said. "So?" Sarah blew on her toes. "You're a famous architect. You just finished the library." "I finished a disaster," Mark muttered. "I'm not getting the bonus, Sarah. The retrofit ate the profit margin. We broke even." Sarah looked up. The nail polish brush hovered in mid-air. "What do you mean, no bonus?" "I mean, 0, Mark said. "Actually, less than 0. I have to pay for the dedication ceremony out of pocket to save face." Sarah frowned. "But I booked the trip to Tulum for next month. Non-refundable." "Cancel it," Mark said. "I can't," Sarah whined. "I already posted about it." Mark closed his eyes. I already posted about it. That was her reality. If it wasn't on Instagram, it didn't happen. If she couldn't post it, it wasn't worth doing. "Sarah," Mark said, trying to be patient. "I need you to understand. Things are tight right now. The firm is taking a hit. My reputation is taking a hit. We need to cut back." "Cut back?" Sarah stood up. She walked over to him. She wasn't wearing the cute, seductive outfit she used to wear at the office. She was wearing sweatpants. "I didn't sign up to be poor, Mark. If I wanted to budget, I would have dated a barista." The cruelty of it took Mark's breath away. "Is that all this is?" Mark asked quietly. "A transaction? I provide the lifestyle, you provide the... what? The youth?" "Don't be gross," Sarah said. "It's not a transaction. But relationships need security. You're the provider. That's your role. If you can't provide, what are you?" She left the question hanging in the air. What are you? Without his money, without his genius status, without his perfect house. Who was Mark Ross? He looked at Sarah. He saw the emptiness in her eyes. He saw the boredom. She was a child playing house, and now that the toys were broken, she wanted to go home. "I'm going to bed," Sarah said. "Fix it, Mark. You're the architect. Build a bridge or something." She walked away. Mark sat in the dark. He thought about Elena. Elena never asked for Tulum. Elena never asked for Persian rugs. Elena made beef stew when money was tight in the early days. Elena managed the accounts. Elena knew where the money went. He realised his life was a leaking ship. He was the captain, but he didn't know how to patch the holes. He needed a first mate. He needed an engineer. He needed Elena, but not for love. He realised that with a cold, pragmatic jolt. He didn't miss her affection. He missed her utility. He missed her competence. He sat up straighter. He was a businessman. Elena was struggling. He knew she was living in a dump. He knew she had no money. Maybe he could offer her a deal, a contract. If he couldn't win her back with romance, which he was too proud to try anyway, maybe he could buy her back with security. He formulated a plan. It was a terrible, logical, insulting plan. But to a desperate man who viewed the world through blueprints, it looked like a masterpiece. 2 days later, Eleanor received a text. "Mark, we need to talk about the divorce papers and other assets. Can we meet for lunch?" The Ridley, 12:30. Elena stared at the phone. The Ridley, their old spot. White tablecloths, waiters in tuxedos, $20 salads. She texted back, "Okay." She had to face him eventually. She needed to sign the papers. She needed to sever the legal tie so she could truly move on. She arrived at the Ridley at 12:25. She was always early. Mark was already there. He was wearing his best suit, charcoal grey, Italian wool. He looked handsome, but tired. There were bags under his eyes that no amount of concealer could hide. He stood up when he saw her. "Elena," he said. He reached out to hug her, a reflex. Elena stepped back. She extended her hand. "Hello, Mark." Mark paused, then shook her hand. It was a firm shake. Her hand felt rougher than he remembered. They sat down. "You look different," Mark said. He studied her. She was wearing a simple blouse, but there was a sharpness to her gaze. She didn't look like the soft, yielding wife anymore. "I'm working," Elena said. "It changes a person." "I heard," Mark said. "Julian Thorne. He's a difficult man." "He's a brilliant man," Elena said. "We get along." The waiter came. Mark ordered a bottle of expensive wine without asking her. "Just water for me," Elena said to the waiter. "Come on, Elena, it's a Pinot Noir, your favourite." "I have to work this afternoon," Elena said. "I need a clear head." Mark frowned. He wasn't used to her saying no. "So," Elena said, folding her hands on the table. "The papers? Did you bring them?" "Not exactly," Mark said. He took a sip of water. He looked nervous. He was rehearsing his pitch. "I wanted to talk about an alternative," Mark said. "An alternative to divorce." Elena raised an eyebrow. "Mark, you're living with Sarah. There is no alternative." "Sarah is temporary," Mark said. He waved his hand dismissively. "She's young. It's running its course. We both know that." Elena felt a surge of disgust. He was talking about the woman he destroyed their marriage for as if she were a seasonal flu. "That's your problem, not mine," Elena said. "It is your problem, Elena," Mark said, leaning forward. "Because you're living in a studio apartment in Somerville. I drove by. It's a tenement." "It's home," Elena said. It's beneath you, Mark said. And look at me. I'm struggling. The Kensington project. It was messy. I need to get the firm back on track. I need order. I need focus. And I need you, Mark said. Elena looked at him. For a second, her heart softened. I need you. It was what she had wanted to hear for years. But then he continued. I want to hire you, Mark said. Elena blinked. Excuse me? I want to bring you back on board, Mark said, his voice gaining confidence. He was in pitch mode now. Not just as a wife, as a consultant, a life manager. You come back to the house. You run the household. You manage the accounts. You edit my emails. You review the blueprints. Unofficially, of course. Elena stared at him. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. You want me to be your housekeeper and your secretary? No, my partner, Mark insisted, but structured. I'll pay you a salary, a real salary, $100,000 a year, plus benefits. You can have your own account. You don't have to ask me for money. And Sarah? Elena asked quietly. Where does she fit into this corporate structure? Mark hesitated. Well, like I said, that's fading out, but if I have needs, and we're not, intimate, then we can have an arrangement, an open marriage. You do your job, I do mine. We live in the big house. We keep up appearances for Lily. You get financial security. I get my sanity back. He sat back, looking pleased with himself. He thought he had solved the equation. Elena needs money, plus I need order, equals deal. Elena looked at the man across the table. She remembered the day she married him. She remembered his vows, to love and to cherish. Now he was offering her a job description. He was offering to pay her to be his wife because he was too incompetent to live without one, but too selfish to love one. He didn't miss her. He missed the service. It was the ultimate insult. It was worse than the cheating. The cheating was a crime of passion. This was a crime of dehumanization. Elena picked up her glass of water. Her hand was steady. $100,000, she repeated. It's a lot of money, Elena, Mark said. Think about it. No more studio apartment. No more used bookstores. You can have your life back. Elena smiled. It was a cold, terrifying smile. Mark, she said softly, you think my life is the house? You think my life is the credit card? Well, isn't it? Mark asked, genuinely confused. That's what we built. Elena stood up. I met a man yesterday, she said. Mark's eyes widened. Jealousy flared instantly. Who? A publisher, Elena said. He offered me a job too, but do you know what the difference was? He can't pay you what I can pay you, Mark scoffed. He offered me a job because he respects my mind, Elena said. You offered me a job because you miss your maid. Elena, that's not fair. I am worth more than a salary, Mark, Elena said. Her voice rose, drawing the attention of the nearby tables. And I am certainly worth more than cleaning up the messes you make with other women. She reached into her purse. She pulled out a $5 bill. She placed it on the table. What's this? Mark asked. For the water, Elena said. I pay for my own life now. Elena, sit down. You're making a scene. No, Elena said. I'm making an exit. This time, for good. She leaned in close to him. She smelled his expensive cologne. It smelled like emptiness. Send the divorce papers, Mark. I don't want the house. I don't want the money. I just want to be legally unrelated to you. She turned and walked away. She walked through the restaurant. She felt the eyes of the patrons on her. But she didn't feel shame. She felt light. She had just turned down a fortune. She had just chosen poverty. But as she pushed open the doors of the Ridley and stepped out into the spring sunshine, Elena Ross felt richer than she had ever felt in her life. Mark sat alone at the table. The waiter arrived with the bottle of Pinot Noir. He uncorked it with a flourish. "Will the lady be returning, sir?" the waiter asked, looking at the empty chair. Mark looked at the chair. He looked at the $5 bill on the table. "No," Mark whispered. "She won't." He poured himself a glass. He drank it in one gulp. He had played his ace, and he had offered her security. He had offered her the logical solution, and she had looked at him with pity. His phone buzzed. "Sarah, did you get the money for the rugs? The store closes at 5. Mark stared at the phone. He looked around the restaurant. He saw couples talking, laughing. He saw connection. He realised then that he was the poorest man in the room. He typed a reply to Sarah. "Mark, no rugs. We're keeping the stained one." He put the phone down. The silence of his future stretched out before him. It wasn't a peaceful silence. It was a lonely, echoing void. And he had built it, brick by brick, with his own hands. Meanwhile, Elena was walking to the subway. She took out the business card Daniel Thorne had given her. Lantern Press. She pulled out her phone. She dialed the number. "Daniel Thorne," the voice answered. Warm, expectant. "Hello, Daniel," Elena said. "This is Elena. About that memoir. When can I start?" "Elena!" Daniel's voice brightened. "I'm in the office now. Can you come by?" "I'm on my way," Elena said. She walked down the subway stairs. The air was stale, the tiles were dirty, and a busker was playing a sad song on a violin. But to Elena, it sounded like a symphony. She was no longer the architect's wife. She was the architect of her own fate. The invitation had been on the mantelpiece for weeks. The Boston Architectural Digest annual gala. In previous years, this was Mark Ross's coronation night. He would walk in, Elena on his arm, in a tasteful gown, and hold court. Tonight, it felt like a sentencing hearing. Mark stood in the foyer of the glass house. He adjusted his tuxedo. It felt looser than usual. He had lost 10 pounds since the stress of the Kensington project began. "Sarah!" he shouted up the stairs. "We're going to be late." Sarah appeared at the top of the stairs. Mark blinked. She was wearing a dress that was loud. It was neon pink, cut down to her navel, with sequins that caught every photon of light in the room. It was a dress for a Miami nightclub, not a black tie gala in Boston. "Do you like it?" Sarah asked, twirling. "I ordered it from Italy." Mark felt a headache pressing behind his eyes. "It's very bright." "Bright is good," Sarah said, bouncing down the stairs. "You need some brightness, Mark. You've been walking around like a funeral director all week." She hooked her arm through his. She smelled of bubblegum vape smoke and expensive perfume. "Let's go," she said. "I want to meet the guy who designed the new stadium. I heard he's hot." Mark stiffened. "Jason Miller. He's a hack." He has 2 million followers on Instagram, Sarah countered. That's not a hack. That's a star. They drove to the gala in silence. When they entered the ballroom, the atmosphere shifted. Usually heads turned with respect. Tonight, heads turned, whispered, and turned away. The Kensington Pillar. Everyone knew about it. In the architectural world, gossip moved faster than light. Mark tried to navigate the room. He looked for friendly faces. "Mark!" a voice called out. It was a rival architect, Simon. "Good to see you. I saw the library. Interesting choice with the retro industrial column." The sarcasm was thick enough to cut with a knife. "It was a structural necessity," Mark said stiffly. "Of course," Simon smirked. He looked at Sarah. He looked at her neon dress. He looked back at Mark with a pitying expression. "And who is this charming young lady, your daughter's friend?" Sarah bristled. "I'm his girlfriend, and I'm 26, thank you very much." Simon raised an eyebrow. "Ah, the midlife crisis package, complete with the sports car and the colourful accessory." Mark felt his face burn. "Watch it, Simon." "Just observing, old boy." Simon patted his shoulder. "We miss Elena, by the way. She always knew how to pick a tie. Yours is crooked." Simon walked away, laughing. Mark reached up to fix his tie. His hands were shaking. "What a jerk," Sarah said. She looked around the room. Her eyes landed on a group of young men near the bar. "Oh, look, that's Jason Miller." She let go of Mark's arm. "Sarah, stay here," Mark said. "We need to mingle with the donors." "Boring," Sarah said. "You mingle. I'm going to get a drink." She walked away. Mark watched her go. The pink dress cut a swath through the sea of black tuxedos. She walked straight up to Jason Miller, the hack, and touched his arm. Jason laughed. He leaned in. He didn't look at Sarah like a nuisance. He looked at her like a prize. Mark stood alone in the centre of the room. He realised Simon was right. He was a cliché. The ageing man with the young mistress, trying to recapture a youth that was already gone, while his professional legacy crumbled around him. He went to the bar. He ordered a double scotch. He drank it. He ordered another. By 10 o'clock p.m, Mark was drunk. Not sloppy drunk, but angry drunk. He walked over to where Sarah was still holding court with Jason Miller. She was laughing, her hand resting on Jason's chest. "Sarah," Mark said. His voice was too loud. "We're leaving." Sarah looked up. Her smile vanished. "We just got here." "It's been 2 hours," Mark said. "Get your coat." "I'm having fun, Mark," Sarah said. "Jason was just telling me about his yacht." "I don't care about his yacht," Mark snapped. He grabbed Sarah's arm. "We are going." Jason Miller stepped forward. He was 30, fit, and arrogant. "Easy, old man. Let the lady finish her drink." Old man. Mark saw red. He lunged at Jason. It wasn't a fight. It was a stumble. Mark lost his balance and shoved Jason. Jason simply stepped aside, and Mark crashed into a waiter carrying a tray of champagne flutes. Crash. Glass shattered everywhere. Champagne soaked Mark's tuxedo. The music stopped. The entire ballroom turned to look. Mark lay on the floor, wet, bleeding. Slightly from his hand, surrounded by broken crystal, he looked up, He saw the faces of his peers. Shock, disgust, pity. He looked for Sarah. She was standing over him. She wasn't helping him up. She was looking down at him with pure mortification. "You are pathetic," she whispered. She turned to Jason. "Get me out of here." Jason smirked. "Sure thing, babe." Sarah stepped over Mark. She literally stepped over him. She took Jason's arm and walked out of the ballroom without looking back. Mark lay there on the wet carpet. The humiliation was total. The glass house hadn't just cracked. It had shattered into a million pieces. Mark didn't remember getting home. He must have called an Uber. He woke up on the floor of his foyer. The sun was streaming in, harsh and unforgiving. His head was pounding. His body ached. He tried to stand up, but the room spun violently. He crawled to the living room sofa. The house was silent. "Sarah," he croaked. No answer. He checked his phone. It was dead. He plugged it in. When it booted up, there was a text from Sarah, sent at 3:00 a.m. "Sarah, I'm not coming back. You're a mess, Mark. I'm going to Jason's. Don't contact me. I'll send movers for my stuff next week." Mark dropped the phone. He laughed, a dry, hacking laugh that turned into a cough. She was gone. The trophy was gone. He shivered. He felt incredibly cold. He checked the thermostat. It read 68 degrees. It should be comfortable. But Mark's teeth were chattering. He wrapped himself in a blanket, the expensive alpaca throw Elena had bought years ago. It didn't warm him. By noon, the fever had set in. It wasn't just a hangover. It was something else. His chest felt heavy, like there was a concrete block sitting on his lungs. The stress, the drinking, the lack of sleep. His body had finally gone on strike. He lay on the sofa, drifting in and out of consciousness. The house, usually his pride, became his enemy. The glass walls let in the light but offered no comfort. There were no curtains to close. He was exposed. He needed water. He tried to walk to the kitchen. His legs gave out. He fell hard on the hardwood floor. He lay there, panting. "Elena," he whispered. It was a reflex. For 15 years, whenever he was sick, Eleanor was there. She was the cool hand on his forehead. She was the glass of water with a bendy straw. She was the smell of chicken soup. "Eleanor, I'm thirsty." He hallucinated. He thought he saw her standing by the fridge. She was wearing her blue dress. She was smiling. "Elena?" He reached out. The figure vanished. It was just a shadow cast by the refrigerator door. Mark dragged himself across the floor. He managed to grab a bottle of water from the pantry. He couldn't open it. His hands were too weak. He threw the bottle against the wall in frustration. It bounced off harmlessly. He curled up on the kitchen floor. The cold tile felt good against his burning cheek. The sun went down. The house grew dark. The smart lights didn't turn on because he hadn't updated the app. He was a man in a high-tech tomb. He fumbled for his phone again. His vision was blurry. He couldn't see the screen clearly. He needed help. He needed her. He pressed the speed dial. Number 1. He listened to the ringtone. Ring, ring, ring. Elena was in a meeting at Lantern Press. It was 7:00 p.m. The office was cosy, lit by warm desk lamps. Daniel sat across from her, reviewing the edits she had made on the cheese memoir. "This is incredible, Elena," Daniel said. You turned a boring diary into a meditation on craftsmanship. The author is going to love this. He might hate it, Elena smiled. I cut 50 pages of him describing Gouda. He'll get over it when he sees the reviews, Daniel said. He took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. You have a gift. You see the heart of the story. Elena felt a glow of pride. It was better than any jewellery Mark had ever given her. Thank you, Daniel, she said. Her phone buzzed on the table. She glanced at it. Mark calling. She frowned. She declined the call. Ex-husband? Daniel asked gently. Yes, Elena said. He probably wants to argue about the furniture. You don't have to answer, Daniel said. You're safe here. Elena nodded. They went back to work. 10 minutes later, the phone buzzed again, and again. Then, a text came through, not from Mark, from Lily. Lily. Mum, answer Dad. He just called me. He sounds crazy. He's slurring his words. Elena's stomach dropped. She picked up the phone. She excused herself and walked into the hallway. She called Lily. Lily, what's going on? Mum! Lily was crying. Dad called me. He said there were snakes in the kitchen. He said the walls were melting. I think he's drunk or sick. He kept asking for you. Is Sarah there? Elena asked. No, he said she left. He said he's on the floor. Mum, please. I'm in Connecticut. I can't get there for 3 hours. You have to go check on him. Elena leaned against the wall. She closed her eyes. She imagined Mark on the floor of that empty, echoey kitchen. The old Elena would have already been in the car. The old Elena would have rushed to save him. But if she went there, if she walked back into that house, she knew what would happen. He would look at her with those puppy dog eyes. He would say he was sorry. He would use his vulnerability as a weapon. And she, being a nurturer, might get trapped. She might stay for a night to make sure he was okay, then a week, then forever. She couldn't go back. Not physically. It was too dangerous for her soul. Mum, Lily pleaded. Please. I'll handle it, Lily, Elena said. Her voice was steady. Don't worry, I'll make sure he's safe. She hung up. She stood in the hallway of Lantern Press. Through the glass door, she saw Daniel working. He looked up and smiled at her, a smile of respect, of partnership. She looked at her phone. She had a choice. Go to Mark, be the wife again, be the saviour, or act like a problem solver. She opened Google. She searched, Concierge Medical Service Boston 24/7. She found a high-end service, elite care. Doctors who made house calls. Expensive. She called the number. Elite care, how can I help you? I need a doctor dispatched immediately to a residence in Wellesley, Elena said. The patient is a male, 42, high fever, possible delirium. He is alone. We can have a team there in 30 minutes, the dispatcher said, but we require a credit card on file. The initial consult is $500. $500. That was exactly what she had earned from her first freelance job with Julian. It was her freedom money. Elena looked at her reflection in the glass door. If she paid this, she was broke again. But if she didn't pay it, she had to go herself. Take the card number, Elena said. She recited the numbers of her new personal debit card. Thank you, the dispatcher said. Is there a message for the patient? Elena paused. No, she said. Just tell him. Tell him. Help has arrived. And who shall we say sent us? Don't say anyone, Elena said. Just fix him. She hung up. She stood there for a moment, letting the adrenaline fade. She had just spent her entire savings on the man who had discarded her. But as she put the phone back in her pocket, she realised she hadn't paid for Mark. She had paid for her own freedom. She had bought herself out of the obligation to return. She opened the door and walked back into the office. Everything okay? Daniel asked. Elena sat down. She picked up her pen. Yes, she said. It's handled. Where were we? Page 52. Mark lay on the cool tiles. The fever dreams were vivid now. He saw the kitchen walls breathing. He saw the good vibes only sign floating in the air, mocking him. He heard the front door open. Click. He tried to lift his head. Elena, he rasped. He heard footsteps, purposeful, soft footsteps. Elena, you came, he whispered. Tears leaked from his eyes. He knew she would come. She always came. She loved him. She was the only one who loved him. A figure stood over him. Through the haze of his fever, he saw a silhouette. A woman. She knelt down. She touched his forehead. Her hand was cool. Eleanor, Mark wept. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Don't leave me. Shh, the woman said. Her voice was gentle, but unfamiliar. Mr. Ross, can you hear me? Mark blinked. The fog cleared slightly. It wasn't Elena. It was a stranger, a woman in navy blue scrubs. She had a stethoscope around her neck. Who are you? Mark stammered. I'm Dr. Lewis, the woman said. I'm with Elite Care. We received a call that you needed assistance. Mark looked past her. He looked at the door. Where is she? He asked. Where is my wife? Dr. Lewis checked his pulse. I don't know, sir. The dispatch came from a remote caller. You're severely dehydrated and your temperature is 103. We need to get some fluids into you. Another figure appeared, a male nurse. They began to set up an IV drip. Mark lay there as they stuck the needle into his arm. The saline felt cold entering his veins. She didn't come, Mark whispered. The reality hit him harder than the fever. He had called. He had begged. And she had sent an invoice. She had outsourced his care. It was the most efficient, logical, and devastating thing she could have done. It was exactly what he would have done in his old life. She had learned his language, and she had used it to say goodbye. Rest now, Mir Ross, the doctor said. Mark closed his eyes. He drifted into sleep, but this time there were no dreams of Elena. There was only the beep of the medical monitor. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of a life being sustained, but not shared. 2 days later, Mark was sitting up in bed. The fever had broken. The Elite Care team had left, leaving behind a bill for $2,000 and a prescription for antibiotics. The house was clean. The nurse had tidied up the kitchen before leaving. It was sterile again. Mark felt weak, hollowed out. He walked to the window. The spring trees were blooming outside. Life was going on. He saw a moving truck pull into the driveway. Sarah's movers. He didn't go down to meet them. He let them in remotely with the app. He watched on the security camera monitor as they carried out the neon sign, the pink pillows, and the boxes of clothes. It took them 1 hour to erase Sarah from his life. When they were gone, the house was exactly as it had been before the affair. The minimalist furniture was back in place. The white surfaces were gleaming, but it wasn't the same house. Before, the emptiness was a canvas for his genius. Now the emptiness was just empty. He walked into his study. He sat at his desk. He opened his email. There was a notification from the bank. Overdraft alert. The elite care bill, plus Sarah's last credit card spree, plus the Kensington penalties. He was underwater. He needed work. He needed a win. He looked at the new project file on his desk. A residential commission. A simple family home. He picked up his pencil. He tried to draw. He drew a line. It was shaky. He stared at the paper. He realised he didn't know how to design a home anymore. He only knew how to design monuments. And monuments were cold places to live. 5 miles away. Elena sat in a coffee shop with Daniel. It was Saturday morning. "So," Daniel said, stirring his cappuccino, "the cheese memoir is done. The author is threatening to sue us for emotional distress, but he also admitted the book is better." Elena laughed. "He'll thank us when he hits the bestseller list." "I have another project," Daniel said. He reached into his bag. "It's big, a trilogy of historical fiction. It needs a lead editor, a permanent one." He placed a contract on the table. Elena looked at it. Employment. Contract, senior editor, Lantern Press. Salary, $65,000. It wasn't $100,000. It wasn't the millions Mark had. But it was enough. It was enough for a 1-bedroom apartment with a real kitchen. It was enough for books. It was enough for dignity. "Daniel," Elena said, "I read the fine print," Daniel said, smiling. Elena looked closer. Under the benefits section, unlimited book allowance. She looked up at him. His eyes were crinkling at the corners. "You know the way to my heart," she said. "I'm learning," Daniel said softly. Elena picked up the pen. She didn't hesitate. She didn't think about Mark. She didn't think about the glass house. She signed her name. Elena Ross. She paused. She looked at the signature. She crossed out Ross. She wrote her maiden name. Elena Vance. She handed the contract back to Daniel. "Elena Vance," Daniel read. "I like it. It sounds authoritative." "It sounds like me," Elena said. She took a sip of her coffee. It was hot, rich, and sweet. Outside, the sun broke through the clouds. She checked her phone one last time. One unread message from Mark. "Mark, thank you for the doctor. I'm better now." Elena looked at the message. She felt a twinge of sadness, but it was distant, like a memory of a pain she used to have. She didn't reply. She deleted the message. She put the phone away. "So," she said to Daniel, "tell me about this trilogy." Autumn in Boston. The air was crisp, smelling of burning leaves and roasted chestnuts. The trees along the Charles River were a riot of gold and crimson. Elena Vance walked down Newbury Street. She walked with a stride that was different from the woman who had fled into a blizzard 2 winters ago. That woman had walked with her head down, protecting herself from the wind. This woman walked with her head up, welcoming it. She wore a camel-coloured trench coat, tailored and sharp. Her hair was cut into a chic bob that framed her face. She stopped in front of a bookstore window. There, in the centre display, was a stack of hardcover books. The Alchemist's Shadow, Part 1 of the Trinity Cycle by Julian Thorne. And right below the title, in smaller font, edited by Elena Vance. It was rare for an editor to get cover billing, but Julian had insisted. "The book is half yours, my dear. Without you, The Alchemist would still be boring us with sulphur recipes." Elena smiled at her reflection in the glass. She looked at the name Vance. It felt like an old friend she had finally reconnected with. She pushed open the door and entered the shop. It was crowded. Julian was doing a signing. The line wound around the shelves. Julian sat at a table, looking like a triumphant lion with his wild white hair. Standing next to him, handing him books, was Daniel. Daniel looked up. He saw Elena. His face lit up. "She's here," Daniel announced. "The real genius behind the operation." The crowd turned. Julian clapped his hands. "Elena, get over here. This lady wants to know about the continuity error in Chapter 12. Elena laughed. She walked over to the table. She greeted the fans. She answered questions about structure and pacing. She felt the warmth of the room, not the artificial warmth of a heated floor, but the human warmth of connection. Later, they went to dinner to celebrate. Just the three of them. They went to a small Italian trattoria in the North End. No white tablecloths, just checkered red and white, candles in wine bottles, and the smell of garlic and oregano. "To the bestseller list," Daniel toasted, raising a glass of Chianti. "To Elena," Julian corrected, "for saving my career." "To the story," Elena said, clinking her glass against theirs. They ate and talked. Elena watched Daniel. He was kind. He listened when she spoke. He didn't interrupt her to correct her. He didn't look at his phone every 5 minutes. He was the anti-Mark. "So," Daniel said, wiping tomato sauce from his lip with a napkin. "Have you thought about next weekend?" Elena's smile faltered slightly. Next weekend was Lily's college graduation. "I have," Elena said. "I booked the hotel." "Are you ready to see him?" Julian asked bluntly. He knew the whole story. He had turned Mark into a villain in his mind, a character he loved to hate. "It's been a year and a half," Elena said. "We've only spoken on the phone about logistics. Short calls, polite." "Seeing him in person is different," Julian warned. "Nostalgia is a dangerous drug. It makes us forget the bad parts." "I haven't forgotten," Elena said. She touched her left hand. It was bare. She didn't wear rings anymore. "I'm not afraid of him, Julian. I don't want the day to be about us. It's Lily's day." Daniel reached out and took her hand. "I'll be there. I'll be the buffer." "You don't have to be a buffer," Elena said. "Just be yourself." "I can be a very intimidating buffer," Daniel joked. "I can bore him to death with publishing statistics." Elena laughed. She squeezed his hand. She was happy. It was a quiet, steady happiness. It wasn't the roller coaster of highs and lows she had with Mark. It was solid ground. But Julian was right. A part of her was anxious. Mark Ross had been the centre of her universe for 15 years. Seeing him again would be like looking at a ghost. Mark Ross stood at the front of a lecture hall at Boston University. He was wearing a corduroy jacket with patches on the elbows. His glasses were perched on the end of his nose. His hair was greyer now, the silver spreading like frost. He hadn't dyed it in months. Behind him, on the projector screen, was an image of the Kensington Library pillar. The ugly pillar. "Look at this," Mark said to the class of 30 architecture students. "What do you see?" A student raised his hand. "A structural retrofit, Professor Ross." "Technically, yes," Mark said. "But philosophically, what do you see?" Silence. "You see a lie," Mark said. He tapped the screen. "This pillar exists because the architect, me, refused to listen to the truth. I prioritised my ego over the physics. I wanted the building to float, but gravity doesn't care about your artistic vision." He looked at the students. They were young, hungry, arrogant, just like he had been. "Architecture is not about imposing your will on the world," Mark said softly. "It is about listening to the world. It is about honesty. If you build a lie, eventually it will crack." He turned off the projector. "Class dismissed. Remember, final models are due Monday. If I see a cantilever without support, I will fail you." The students packed up. Mark sat at his desk. He was an adjunct professor now. He had dissolved Ross and Partners a year ago. The Kensington lawsuit didn't happen, but the reputation damage was terminal. Clients stopped calling. The overhead of the office became unsustainable. He had sold the glass house in Wellesley. It went for under market value because of the bursting real estate bubble. He paid off his debts. He had enough left for a small 2-bedroom apartment in Brookline and a modest savings account. He drove a 5-year-old Volvo station wagon. He lived simply. He walked out of the university building and into the cool autumn air. He walked to his car. He checked his phone. A text from Lily. "Lily, Mom is bringing her boyfriend to graduation. Just a heads up." Mark stared at the screen. Boyfriend. He knew Elena was seeing someone. Lily had mentioned Daniel a few times. "Daniel is nice. Daniel gave me a book. But boyfriend made it official. It made it real." Mark felt a dull ache in his chest. It wasn't the sharp, fiery jealousy he had felt at the restaurant. It was a heavy, melancholic regret. He unlocked his car. He sat in the driver's seat. He looked in the rearview mirror. He saw an aging man, a teacher, a man who graded papers on Friday nights instead of hosting galas. He was a better man now. He knew that. He listened more. He was patient. He even learned how to cook. He made a decent lasagna, but he was a lonely man. He started the car. He thought about the graduation. He would have to stand there and watch Elena with another man. He would have to see the woman he loved, the woman he had broken, being happy with someone else. It was his penance, and he would serve it. The graduation was at Yale, in New Haven. Elena and Daniel drove down in Daniel's car. They listened to a podcast about history. They drank coffee from travel mugs. It was easy. Mark drove down alone. He listened to the radio. He stopped at a rest area and ate a sandwich standing up. It was solitary. They arrived at the campus on a Saturday morning. The sky was a brilliant blue. The Gothic architecture of Yale rose up like a stone forest. The quad was filled with thousands of people, students in black robes, parents in their Sunday best, balloons, flowers. Mark parked his car. He walked toward the designated meeting spot, the statue of the university founder. His heart was hammering. He felt like a student about to take a final exam he hadn't studied for. He saw them. They were standing near a large oak tree. Elena was wearing a cream-coloured dress with the camel coat draped over her shoulders. She looked radiant. She looked light. That was the only word for it. The burden she used to carry, the burden of managing him, was gone. Next to her stood a man. Daniel. He was tall, wearing a tweed jacket that matched Mark's in style, but looked better on him. He had a kind face. He was holding Elena's purse while she adjusted her scarf. Mark stopped. He watched them for a moment. He saw Daniel say something. Elena laughed. She touched Daniel's arm affectionately. It was an intimate gesture, easy, familiar. Mark took a deep breath. Showtime. He walked over. Elena, he said. Elena turned. Her eyes widened slightly, then softened. Mark, she said. There was a moment of awkwardness. To hug or not to hug? Elena extended her hand. Mark took it. You look well, Mark said. And he meant it. She looked beautiful. Thank you, Elena said. You look different. The glasses suit you. Mark touched his glasses self-consciously. They help me see the flaws in my students' drawings. Elena smiled. She turned to Daniel. Mark, this is Daniel Thorne. Daniel, this is Mark. The two men sized each other up, the architect and the publisher, the ex and the current. Nice to meet you, Mark said, extending his hand. You too, Daniel said. His grip was firm. I've admired your early work, the chaotic minimalism phase. Thank you, Mark said. I'm in my penitent academic phase now. Daniel chuckled. The tension broke slightly. Where's Lily? Mark asked. She's with her friends, Elena said. She said she'll find us after the ceremony. They stood there, the three of them, amidst the crowd. So, Mark said, trying to make conversation, how is everything? I saw the book in the window, edited by Elena Vance. Very impressive. Thank you, Elena said. It's been a busy year. And you? She asked. How is teaching? It's humbling, Mark admitted. Students have no filter. They tell you exactly when you're being boring. Good, Elena said. You needed a filter check. She said it with a smile, but the truth was there. The ceremony began. They moved to their seats. Elena sat between Daniel and Mark. Mark sat stiffly. He could smell Elena's perfume. It was different. It wasn't the floral scent she used to wear for him. It was something earthier, sandalwood and citrus. He looked at her profile. She was watching the stage, looking for Lily. He remembered the silence of that night in the blizzard. He remembered how he had let her walk away. He looked at Daniel. Daniel was holding Elena's hand. His thumb was rubbing her knuckles gently. Mark looked away. He looked at the stage. He realised that he was the extra in this scene. He was a guest star in the movie of their lives. After the ceremony, they went to a restaurant for lunch. Lily was the star. She was wearing her cap and gown, flushed with excitement. I got the job, Lily announced as they sat down. The gallery in New York. Junior curator. That's amazing, honey, Elena beamed. Congratulations, Lil, Mark said. I'm proud of you. Thanks, Dad, Lily said. She looked at Mark, then at Elena, then at Daniel. She seemed relieved that nobody was fighting. The lunch went smoothly. They talked about art, about New York, about rent prices. Mark was quiet. He listened more than he spoke. At one point, Eleanor excused herself to go to the restroom. Daniel turned to Mark. She speaks highly of you, Daniel lied politely, or rather, she speaks respectfully. Mark smiled wryly. You don't have to do that. I know what I did. I know who I was. She's happy now, Daniel said. He wasn't being aggressive. He was stating a fact, a protective fact. I can see that, Mark said. You're good for her. You listen. It's not hard, Daniel said. She has interesting things to say. Mark nodded. She has interesting things to say. Why hadn't he realised that? For 15 years, he thought he was the interesting one. He thought she was just the audience. Take care of her, Mark said. It was a cliché, but it was all he had. I intend to, Daniel said. Elena returned. She sat down. What did I miss? She asked. Just comparing notes on rent control, Daniel said smoothly. Mark looked at Daniel. He felt a grudging respect. The man was classy. As the lunch wound down, the check came. Mark reached for it instinctively. I got it, Mark said. Let's split it, Daniel offered. No, Mark said firmly. It's my daughter's graduation. Please. He put his card down. It wasn't the platinum black card he used to have. It was a standard bank card. Elena watched him. She saw the fraying on his cuff. She saw the way he checked the total carefully before signing. She felt a pang of sadness. Not regret. She didn't want him back, but sadness for the fall of a king. Thank you, Mark, she said softly. It's the least I can do, Mark said. They walked out to the parking lot. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the asphalt. Lily hugged Mark. Thanks for coming, Dad. I love you. Love you too, kiddo, Mark said. He held her tight. Visit me in Brookline. I will, Lily promised. Lily went to say goodbye to her friends. Mark, Eleanor, and Daniel stood by the cars. Well, Daniel said, I'll go bring the car around. Nice meeting you, Mark. You too, Mark said. Daniel walked away, giving them a moment. Mark and Elena were alone. The wind blew a few dry leaves across the pavement. Scritch, scritch. He's a good man, Mark said. Yes, he is, Elena said. Mark looked at her. He wanted to say so many things. I miss you. I'm sorry I was a coward. I'm sorry I let Sarah into our house. I'm sorry I didn't fix the pillar. But words felt insufficient. I'm sorry I didn't come that night, Elena said suddenly. When you were sick. Mark looked surprised. No. You did the right thing. You sent the doctor. You saved me. I saved myself, Elena corrected him. I know, Mark said. And I'm glad you did. If you had come, I would have dragged you back down. I was drowning, Eleanor, and you had just learned to swim. Eleanor looked at him. His eyes were clear behind the glasses. There was no manipulation there, just honesty. You've changed, Eleanor said. I had to. Mark said. The silence. It got too loud. I had to fill it with something real. He took a step closer, not into her personal space, just close enough to be heard over the wind. Elena, he said. Do you remember that night? The blizzard? Every detail, she said. You asked me to choose, Mark said, and I stayed silent. Yes. I want you to know why, Mark said. Elena waited. She expected an excuse. She expected him to say he was confused or scared. I didn't speak, Mark said, his voice trembling slightly, because I looked at you, and I looked at me, and I realised you had outgrown me years ago. If I had asked you to stay, you might have stayed out of duty, and I would have spent the rest of my life clipping your wings to keep you in my cage. He looked at the ground, then back up at her. My silence wasn't a punishment, Elena. It was the only gift I had left to give you. It was the door opening. Elena stared at him. She felt a tear track down her cheek. She hadn't expected that. She hadn't expected him to understand. Maybe it was true. Maybe it was a revisionist history he told himself to sleep at night. But looking at him now, this humbled, quiet man, she believed him. Thank you, she whispered, for opening the door. You walked through it. Mark smiled sadly. That was the brave part. Daniel's car pulled up. The headlights cut through the twilight. Go, Mark said. Your life is waiting. Elena hesitated. She reached out and touched his arm. A brief, final contact. Be happy, Mark, she said. Build something honest. I'm trying, he said. She turned and walked to the car. She got in. Daniel looked at her. You okay? Yeah, Elena said. She wiped her face. I'm okay. She looked out the window. Mark was standing in the parking lot. He wasn't looking at his phone. He wasn't looking away. He was watching her go. He raised his hand in a small wave. Elena waved back. The car drove away, merging onto the highway. Mark stood there until the taillights disappeared into the stream of traffic. He was alone. The wind was cold, but for the first time in 2 years, the silence didn't feel empty. It felt clean. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small sketchbook. He opened it to a blank page. He didn't draw a building. He didn't draw a monument. He drew a small garden shed. Simple. Functional. 4 walls and a roof. He wrote a note in the margin. Foundation first. Decoration later. He closed the book. He walked to his old Volvo. He got in. He drove home to his small apartment where there was no one waiting for him, but where he could finally sleep without dreaming of falling. New York City. The city of ambition, steel, and noise. Lily Ross, now Lily Sterling, stood in the centre of her Tribeca loft. It was a stunning apartment. Floor-to-ceiling windows, polished concrete floors, minimalist Italian furniture. It looked like a magazine spread. It looked exactly like the house in Wellesley. Lily was 25 now. She was a junior curator at a prestigious gallery in Chelsea. She wore a tailored black dress, her hair pulled back in a severe, perfect bun. She looked like a younger, sharper version of Elena. She was holding a champagne flute. The room was filled with people. It was a housewarming party. "It's magnificent, Lily," a guest gushed. "The light is incredible." "Thank you," Lily said. Her smile was practiced. "Julian, my husband, insisted on the south-facing exposure. He's very particular about light." Julian Sterling was not the author Julian Thorne. He was a 30-year-old hedge fund manager, handsome, charismatic, and currently standing in the corner of the room, checking his phone while a young blonde paralegal laughed at something he hadn't said. Elena stood by the kitchen island, watching. She had come down from Boston for the weekend. She was wearing a soft velvet blazer and jeans. She felt out of place in this hyper-curated space. It felt too familiar. It felt like walking into a ghost story. "Mom, try the canapes," Lily said, breezing past her. "They're truffle and fig." "They look lovely," Elena said. She caught Lily's hand. "You look tired, sweetie. Are you sleeping?" "I'm fine," Lily said, pulling her hand away gently. "Just busy. The gallery opening is next week, and Julian has been working late on the merger. We're a power couple, Mum. Sleep is for the weak." She laughed, but the laugh didn't reach her eyes. It was a brittle sound. Eleanor watched her daughter walk away. She saw the way Lily scanned the room, checking if everyone had a drink, checking if the music volume was correct, checking if Julian was happy. Eleanor felt a cold dread settle in her stomach. She wasn't looking at a power couple. She was looking at a mirror image of her own marriage to Mark. Lily was the manager, Julian was the star, and the silence between them was deafening. Mark arrived 10 minutes later. He had taken the train down. He looked older, softer. He wore a tweed jacket and carried a housewarming gift, a small, hand-carved wooden bowl he had made himself in his new woodworking hobby class. He found Elena near the balcony. "It's a bit much, isn't it?" Mark asked, looking around the loft. "It's a museum," Elena said. "Mark, look at her." Mark looked at Lily. She was frantically signalling a waiter to clean up a spilled drink near Julian's shoes. Julian didn't move his foot. He didn't even acknowledge her. He just kept scrolling on his phone. Mark frowned. "He ignores her." "He expects her to handle it," Elena corrected. "Just like—" She stopped. She didn't need to finish the sentence. "Just like you used to." Mark winced. The truth still stung, even after 5 years. "She's happy though, right?" Mark asked, hopeful. "She posts photos all the time. Paris, Milan, the Hamptons." "I posted photos too, Mark," Elena said quietly. "Remember the Christmas cards? We looked perfect." Mark looked at his daughter again. He saw the tension in her neck. He saw the way she looked at Julian, with a mixture of adoration and fear of displeasing him. "She's repeating the pattern," Mark whispered. "We taught her well," Elena said bitterly. "You taught her that men are important and distant. I taught her that women are competent and silent. She learned the lesson perfectly." Suddenly, there was a commotion near the door. Julian was raising his voice. "I told you to send the car for the partners, Lily. Not the Uber Black. The private car service." The music stopped. The guests turned. Lily shrank back. I thought the service was booked, Julian. I improvised." "You embarrassed me," Julian said. He wasn't shouting, but his voice was cold, cutting through the room. "Improvising is for amateurs. Fix it." He turned his back on her and walked onto the balcony. Lily stood there, her face burning crimson. She tried to smile at the guests. "Sorry, everyone, work stress. You know how it is." She rushed into the kitchen. Elena started to move, but Mark grabbed her arm. "Wait," Mark said. "I'm going to talk to her," Elena said. "No," Mark said. His jaw was set. "This isn't your job, Elena. You fixed me. You fixed the house. But you can't fix this by comforting her. That just enables him. Then what do? We break the mirror," Mark said. The party wound down at midnight. The guests left, leaving behind empty glasses and the smell of expensive cologne. Elena and Mark were staying in the guest suite, a separate room down the hall, but neither of them slept. At 2:00 a.m, Mark heard a door open. He got up. He walked into the hallway of the loft. He saw Julian coming in the front door. He had left the party early to go back to the office, but now he was returning, smelling of bourbon and a perfume that was definitely not Lily's. Mark stood in the shadows. He watched his son-in-law. Julian took off his shoes. He checked his reflection in the hallway mirror. He wiped a smudge of lipstick off his collar. Mark felt a physical blow to his chest. It was like watching a ghost of his past self. The arrogance, the carelessness, the assumption that the woman sleeping in the other room would never find out or would never say anything if she did. Mark stepped out of the shadows. "Julian!" Julian jumped. He spun around. "Jesus, Mark! You scared me. What are you doing up?" "I could ask you the same thing," Mark said. "The merger meeting ran late." "Yeah," Julian said smoothly. "Closing deals. You know how it is. Or, well, you used to." A subtle jab. "You used to be important. Now you're just a teacher." "I know exactly how it is," Mark said. He walked closer. "I know about the late nights. I know about the work stress. I know about the lipstick on the collar." Julian's hand flew to his neck instinctively. Then he laughed, a cold, dismissive laugh. "You're seeing things, old man. It's late. Go to bed." "I saw you tonight," Mark said. "The way you spoke to her. The way you made her feel small so you could feel big." "Lily is high-strung," Julian shrugged. "She needs a firm hand. She likes it, actually. She likes the structure." "She likes the safety," Mark corrected. "She thinks that if she manages your life perfectly, you won't leave her. She thinks her value comes from her utility." Julian narrowed his eyes. "Look, Mark, I respect you, but don't lecture me on marriage. You blew yours up. You lost Elena. You lost the house. I'm the one winning here. I'm giving your daughter a life you couldn't sustain." "You're giving her a cage," Mark said. "It's a gilded cage," Julian sneered. "And she walked into it willingly. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a board meeting in 4 hours. Julian brushed past Mark. He walked into the master bedroom and closed the door. Mark stood in the hallway. He was shaking, not with fear, but with rage and with shame. He realised that Julian was right. Mark had no moral authority. He was the architect of this blueprint. Lily had married a man just like her father because that was what she thought love looked like. Mark went back to the guest room. Elena was sitting up in bed, reading a book. She saw his face. "What happened?" she asked. "He's cheating on her," Mark said. "Or he will soon. He's exactly who I was." Elena closed her book. She looked tired. I suspected. We have to tell her, Mark said. She won't listen, Elena said. She'll defend him. She'll say we're projecting. She'll say we're jealous of their success. So we do nothing? Mark asked. We let her waste 15 years like you did. Elena looked at him sharply. I didn't waste 15 years, Mark. I got Lily. I got resilience. But I paid a high price. I don't want her to pay that price, Mark said. I want to save her. You can't save her, Mark, Elena said softly. You can only show her the truth, but she has to be the one to look. Mark paced the small room. He looked at the window. I have an idea, Mark said, but it requires me to do something humiliating. What? I have to destroy the idol, Mark said, and she worships him because she worships the memory of me, the successful dominant architect. If I tear that memory down, maybe she'll see him for what he really is. The next morning was Sunday brunch. Lily had arranged a reservation at Balthazar. It was the hardest table to get in the city. She had called in favours. She wanted everything to be perfect. They sat at a circular booth. Lily, Julian, Mark, and Eleanor. Julian was charming again. He ordered champagne. He told stories about the market. He played the role of the benevolent king. Lily looked anxious. She kept checking Mark's expression. Dad, are you okay? Lily asked. You haven't touched your eggs. Mark put his fork down. He looked at Julian. He looked at Lily. I'm not hungry, Mark said. Actually, I want to tell a story. Oh, Mark loves stories, Julian smirked. Go ahead. Tell us about the good old days. No, Mark said. I want to tell you about the Kensington Library. Lily smiled. Dad, we know that story. The pillar, the lawsuit. It was a tragedy. The contractors failed you. This was the narrative Lily believed. The narrative Mark had let her believe to protect his pride. It wasn't my fault. It was the world. The contractors didn't fail me, Mark said clearly. I failed. The table went quiet. What? Lily asked. I designed a flaw into the building, Mark said. Your mother found it. She left a note on my desk weeks before the construction began. She told me to move the pillar. She gave me the solution. Lily looked at Elena. Elena sat perfectly still, her hands folded on her lap. Mum? Lily asked. I ignored her, Mark continued, because I was arrogant, because I was busy having an affair with a 26-year-old assistant named Sarah. Lily gasped. Dad, not here. Yes, here, Mark said. His voice rose. I ignored your mother's brilliance because I was insecure. I treated her like an employee. I let her manage my life while I took the credit. And when the building cracked, I didn't fix it. I let it become a monument to my own stupidity. He looked at Julian. I see you, Julian, Mark said. I see the way you look at Lily. You look at her like she's a prop. You look at her like she's there to make you look good. Excuse me? Julian slammed his hand on the table. You're out of line, old man. I am out of line, Mark agreed. I'm way out of line. But I'm telling you this because I know how this movie ends. I lived it. Mark turned to Lily. He took her hand. His hand was rough now, calloused from woodworking. Lily, he said. You think this is love. You think managing his temper is love. You think covering up his mistakes is love. You think being perfect will keep him. He pointed at Julian. It won't. He will cheat on you. He probably already is, because he doesn't respect you. He only respects what you do for him. And the moment you stop serving him, or the moment you age, or the moment you have a need of your own, he will replace you. Tears streamed down Lily's face. Dad, stop! You're ruining brunch. I'm trying to ruin the illusion, Lily, Mark pleaded. I ruined your mother's life for 15 years. Don't let him do it to you. I didn't ruin her life, Julian shouted. I bought her a $3 million loft. And who cleans it? Elena spoke up for the first time. Her voice was quiet, but it cut through the noise like a laser. She looked at Julian. Who manages the contractors, Julian? Who books the cars? Who remembers your mother's birthday? Who edits your speeches so you sound smart at the board meetings? Julian glared at her. She's my wife. It's a partnership. It's not a partnership, Elena said. It's a support staff position. She turned to Lily. Honey, Elena said, look at me. I left. I had nothing. I lived in a studio with a leaking sink, and I was happier in that leaking room than I ever was in the glass house. Lily looked at her mother. She saw the peace in Elena's face. She saw the strength. Then she looked at Julian. Julian wasn't looking at her with concern. He was looking at his watch. He was annoyed. He was calculating the PR damage of this scene. Lily, Julian said coldly, your parents are hysterical. We're leaving. He stood up. He expected her to follow. He commanded it. Lily sat there. She looked at the man she had married. She saw the lipstick smudge he had missed on his collar. Faint, but there. She looked at her father, the man who had just humiliated himself to save her. Lily, come on, Julian snapped. I don't have time for this drama. Lily looked at the champagne flute in her hand. No, she said. Julian froze. What? I said no, Lily said. Her voice shook, but she didn't look down. I'm not leaving. I haven't finished my eggs. Are you kidding me? Julian hissed. You're going to choose these losers over me? They're not losers, Lily said. She stood up. She was trembling, but she stood tall. My father just admitted his biggest failure to protect me. That's not a loser. That's a father. She looked Julian in the eye. And you just called my parents losers because they told the truth. You don't love me, Julian. You love the way I make you look. You're being a child, Julian scoffed. Call me when you grow up. He turned and stormed out of the restaurant. The silence at the table was heavy. Lily stood there, watching him go. The power couple was broken. She sank back into her chair. She put her face in her hands. I knew, she whispered. I knew about the paralegal. I didn't want to see it. Elena slid into the booth next to her. She wrapped her arms around her daughter. It's okay, Elena said. It's okay to see it. Mark reached across the table. He put his hand over theirs. We're here, Mark said. We're not going anywhere. 6 months later. Mark was in his garage in Brookline. It was no longer just a place for his car. It was a workshop. He was building something, not a model, a real structure. He was building a cradle, a bassinet, hand-carved from cherry wood. Lily wasn't pregnant yet, but she was free. She had filed for divorce. She had sold the loft. She had moved to a smaller apartment in Brooklyn, one with less light but more character. She was curating a show about fractured art that had been broken and repaired with gold, kintsugi style. Mark sanded the wood, swish, swish. Eleanor walked into the garage. She hadn't knocked. They were friends now, real friends. "It's beautiful, Mark," she said, touching the smooth wood. "It's for the future," Mark said. "Whoever she meets next, or just for her." Elena leaned against the workbench. "I got the proofs for my memoir today," she said. "The title?" Mark asked. "The Silent Echo," Elena said. Mark smiled. "Fitting." "There's a chapter about you," Elena warned him. "Is it harsh?" "It's honest," Elena said. "It talks about the silence, but it also talks about the brunch at Balthazar. It talks about the day you broke the cycle." Mark nodded. He accepted it. He was part of the story, even if he wasn't the hero. "Daniel proposed," Elena said suddenly. Mark's hand stopped sanding. He looked at her. "And?" "I said yes," Elena said. "We're getting married in the spring. Small. Just family." Mark looked down at the cradle. He felt a sharp pang of loss, the final echo of what he had thrown away. But beneath it, he felt a strange sense of relief. She was safe. She was loved. She was with a man who heard her. "He's a lucky man," Mark said. He looked up, and his eyes were clear. "I mean that, Elena. He's the luckiest man in the world." "Will you come?" Elena asked. "Lily wants you there." Mark thought about it. Watching Elena marry another man. It would be painful. It would be the hardest thing he ever did. But he wasn't the coward who stood in the living room anymore. He wasn't the man who prioritised his comfort over her reality. "I'll be there," Mark said. "I'll sit in the back, but I'll be there." Elena smiled. She reached out and squeezed his hand. "Thank you, Mark." She turned to leave. "Elena?" She stopped at the garage door. "Yes?" "The house," Mark said. "The one we built. The glass one. I drove by it yesterday." "And?" "The new owners put up curtains," Mark laughed. "Big, heavy velvet curtains." Elena laughed too. "Good. People need privacy. People need shadows." She walked out into the sunlight. Mark watched her go. He picked up his sandpaper. He went back to work. He was building a cradle. He was building a new life. It was small. It was quiet. But it was his. And for the first time, the silence around him wasn't an absence of sound. It was the presence of peace. The wedding was in a garden in Cambridge. Lilacs were in bloom. Elena wore a dress of pale silver. She looked ageless. Daniel looked at her as if she were the only person on the planet. Mark sat in the back row, as promised. He wore his best suit, the one he had bought with his teacher's salary. When the vows were exchanged, Mark didn't look away. He watched. He witnessed. At the reception, Lily stood up to give a toast. "To my mother," Lily said, raising her glass, "who taught me that it's never too late to rewrite your story. And to Daniel," she continued, "for giving her the next chapter." Then she paused. She looked at the back of the room. "And to my father," Lily said. Her voice wavered slightly. Who taught me that the strongest thing a man can do is admit he was wrong, and that love isn't about being perfect. It's about showing up. Everyone turned to look at Mark. Mark felt his face heat up, but he didn't look down. He raised his glass. Elena looked at him. She smiled. A genuine, warm smile. She mouthed 2 words. "Thank you." Mark nodded. He took a sip of champagne. It tasted sweet. The band started playing. Danielle took Elena onto the dance floor. Mark sat there. He was alone at his table. But he wasn't lonely. He pulled out his sketchbook. He looked at the garden, the trellis, the way the light hit the lilacs. He started to draw. He drew the wedding. He drew the couple dancing. But he didn't draw them as the focus. He drew the structure around them, the strong beams of the pergola, the roots of the trees, the foundation that held them up. He was no longer the protagonist. He was the support beam. And he finally understood. The support beam is the most important part of the house. It bears the weight so the rest can soar. He closed the book. He watched them dance. And he smiled.